Good morning and welcome to Early Exchange with Femi Ayodele, Sam Oruwoje, and Idahosa Osamanze.
Sustain that industry. So if government does not have much money, they should find an enabling environment.
Now, what are these issues? The petrol is still imported because local refineries are not working.
Does it stop at giving a directive? What should be done to ensure that this is done?
One of the factors being identified by our key persons is the issue of transportation. For you to have a sustainable city, you must have a deliberate attempt to have a master plan.
This is Early Exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, it's another beautiful day, another great time for us to talk about business, finance, national issues, and issues that has to do with the economy. I am Femi Ayodele. As you know, that Early Exchange, it's all about shaping policy and advanced development. With our conversation today, our conversation is going to center on the World Food Day, because today is World Food Day. For those of you who think food is important, everybody knows that food is important, not that you just think food is important. The essence of having a special day like this is to draw the awareness on the existence of hunger and the need for us to do whatever we need to do to ensure that we feed the nation and the world. We'll also be looking at the issue of tax policy as far as Nigeria is concerned, and the need for us to engage in reforms and some of the issues related to tax policies in Nigeria. We hope that to spend the next 3 hours with us will make your day remarkable with our conversation with our guest. All right, let's set the ball rolling. Let's go. Before we delve into the discussion for today, we'll go on a short break now.
I'm okay.
My name is Raymond Bola Brown.
My name is Larry, and I play Afro reggae music.
Hi, my name is Fred Amata, and you are on to Souk News.
If you are watching this channel for the first time, make sure you continue to watch it, because this is Souk News.
Shout out to Souk News. Actually, I don't know. I really enjoyed the little moment I spent with you, and I think with more of this.
Souk News. Here's the Souk News, who had the courage to transcend a locked-off camera and actually have a conversation with a human being. It's a pleasure, Souk News. Thank you very much.
If you want to advertise your product, just come here and let us help you to get to places. Yeah, you can't do it alone. No, you need this channel to do it for you.
On social media, many Nigerian young companies were celebrating, wow, we raised Series C, we raised Series D. And anytime they raise these monies, everybody hailed them. But what was behind it? What is behind every raise is that the entrepreneur founder is diluted significantly. We had a very interesting session, and in one of the sessions, there was a role play about a case study on CWG PLC, which is a company that I founded. And the case was written by Columbia Business School to discuss a point about venturing, about entrepreneurship, and about funding for the enterprise. And the case ended on the question, should Austin Okere take the venture capital investment or should he reject it? Just a little bit of background. So this is a company, CWG, in 2005 that was doing very well. It was riding on the back of the Y2K that just happened at the turn of the century, was riding on the back of the telecom boom that happened immediately after the civilian government of OBJ and GSM was launched, was riding on the back of the bank consolidation in 2005 that was done by Governor Soludo. And in each of these booms, CWG had positioned and taken good advantage. So this is not a company that was in dire need of cash, or was desperate in 2005. But we had a plan to list our shares on the stock market, and we thought that the best way to do it was to first do either a private placement or, better still, to do a venture capital fundraise so that they will bring discipline into our operations, governance, strengthen our governance, and of course, bring more technical knowledge. And if people saw that this company was invested in you, probably it will make the listing on the stock exchange more attractive. The issue here is at what price? And I remember that I've discussed something similar on this on social media, where many Nigerian young companies were celebrating, wow, we raised Series C, we raised Series D. And anytime they raised these monies, everybody hailed them. But what was behind it? What is behind every raise is that the entrepreneur founder is diluted significantly. So if I use CWG as a case study, the case that was written by Columbia was that there was an offer of $8 million for 25% of the company, putting the valuation post at $32 million. Make no mistake, the Treasury bill's interest rate is 15% sometimes. Now, if someone is going to bring his money to invest in your company, he's looking for way more than that 15%, given that there's a high risk that his money will not come back. And the rule of thumb is that they're looking for 3 times what they brought in within 5 years. So in our case, they were going to be asking for $24 million within 5 years, or you list and give them a liquidity event or an exit. You have to check very well that this $8 million that you're taking in, you can do business in such a way that the value of the company can cough out $24 million in 5 years, regardless of exchange loss. Here is where it gets complicated. So you receive $8 million, which is converted to you in Naira. 2005 probably was about 130. Now, whether the Naira suffers devaluation or not, you're going to pay that $8 million. Now, paying $8 million, 5 years later, where the Naira is maybe 250 or 260, whilst you are generating your revenue in Naira, becomes almost impossible. And if the venture capital firm then has to take assets because you can't pay, he will end up owning of course, a big chunk of your company, nothing at all, you begin to look like a management staff in the company you founded. So in our own case, we held out and we didn't take the money. And in 2009, when we took a subsequent one, the company was valued at $55 million, plus that there'd been an exchange loss. So the company was valued much more than the $32 million, and plus the fact that in Naira terms, they would have owned more of our company. My point being, don't sell your seed. Rather, till your seeds, let it grow into a fruit, and sell at the fruit, because the fruit is plentiful. A lot of our startups rush out to sell their seed, and they sell it cheap. To complete that story, we actually then listed the company in 2013 for $90 million. Now, I did a rough calculation. If we were in dire need of money and we borrowed $8 million at an interest rate of 20%, at that time Naira, we'll be returning Naira money, and we'll be returning something like, even if you take 100%, we'll be returning another $8 million in 5 years' time. But given that the company's valuation had gone to $55 million in that time, 2009, when the second PE company invested, we would have been better off taking the debt, because we'll be returning an extra $8 million, rather than 8 times 3, which is 24, that would have had to give $24 million that would have had to pay the VC company if we had taken the money at that time. So the delta is huge in terms of debt versus equity. So the point is, at some point in time, equity seems cheap, deceptively, but debt is cheaper. Especially at the early stages, what you have is a seed. You don't sell your seed. Have patience, hone it, bootstrap it, take debt to finance specific deals, makes you disciplined, and then when you have your fruit, you can then invite investors to come, and you make more, and you don't lose a huge percentage of your company. You actually do still own a huge percentage of your company. Be patient. Don't rush out to collect funds and celebrate it. You will have to pay back. Thank you.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking as their final destination. Idumota market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota markets, Souk enlightenment.
Because local refineries are not working.
Does it stop at giving a directive? What should be done to ensure that this is done?
One of the factors being identified by our key persons is the issue of transportation. For you to have a sustainable city, you must have a deliberate attempt to have a master plan.
This is early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, it's still early exchange, and our focus today is going to be on tax reforms and regulations. Our main discussion today is going to center on tax policies in Nigeria. How far has Nigeria gone when it comes to tax collection, looking at all the regulations that have taken place over the years. And we're being joined by Babatunde Salau, who is the head internal control and compliance at Ikres Agroala Industry Limited. Is our guest today. Babatunde, glad to have you join us on Early Exchange this morning.
Yeah, thank you, presenter. Good morning. How was your night?
Cool. So let's start the discussion with this. Nigeria, according to statistics, has one of the lowest world collection rates when it comes to tax in the world, about 10.8%, compared to the GDP. What's your take on this? Why do you think we have this kind of figure, one of the lowest tax collection in the world?
Well, thank you, presenter. I want to thank you for this privilege given to me to be part of this program, to hear my view on the current tax policies and tax implementation in Nigeria. Well, we all know our country being what we have in terms of tax process, tax collection and administration. Of course, I won't dwell too much on the challenges that we've been having, but we all know that Nigeria, as a whole, is very dynamic and a multifaceted country in the community of nation. Of course, Nigerians' tax policy has developed and metamorphosed into different stages and up to where we are today. We have been having a lot of tax reforms, regulations. We have been amending just to ensuring that it suits the present economic environment. Of course, you all agree with me that during the time of COVID, there was a finance act that was promulgated, and up to now, we've still been battling with one amendment or the other. Yeah, you see, Nigeria, we are in such a country that we have so much, how will I put it, so much hydro resources that we cannot be able to tap. That is, we have not been able to gravitate the modality to be able to harness it very well. Of course, just you have rightly said, we have so much challenges that are bedeviling Nigerians' tax policy that has made us not to grow from where we are. And just as you said, that when you look at the ratio of our GDP to tax, it's quite very low. Even in African nations, Nigeria is still, battling with between 5% to 6% until maybe 2 or 3 years ago that it grew. We were able to grow to maybe 10 point something percent, but that's not too bad. That's not too bad, at least in the trend of the years that we've been having. But we are not doing enough. In Africa, we have the lowest, one of the lowest GDP, tax to GDP ratio, and we need to do more in that. Of course, you just asked about the challenges. One of it, majorly, we have a lot of hidden economy. There's so much that we've not been able to harness properly into tax net in this country. Few of it is just the digital economies. Of course, digital economies is so wide, so humongous, and so has a lot of potential for us to be able to harness, but we are not serious about that in this country. But I want to say that some of all these things needs to be looked into. Of course, when you look at our even tax laws, a lot of instability in our tax law. We have one law today, another law tomorrow, a lot of amendments here and there. All these policies, all these tax laws are not encouraging. We should be able to be stable with our tax policy. Of course, the act of professionalism in the collection process is dwindling in this tax world, particularly in Nigeria, which we need to look into. And also, we've not been able to move away from our traditional means of tax collection. When I mean traditional means of moving away from, the traditional means of tax collection revolves around the manual process. But I think the whole world, we are not in jet age. IT is everywhere. We need to graduate from that traditional way to a digital way of collecting taxation, or kind of automation, IT, use of technology to be able to harness our tax revenue, and also to block all leakages. Of course, we all know that because of the fact that we have been overburdening our oil revenue, and that is why we fail to look at the other revenue, which is taxation. Of course, we all know that, quite as usual, what people used to say, Nigeria is a mono economy. We have been tailoring towards oil revenue. But I think it's high time we look at other revenue, particularly taxation. And it's going to be a cash cow if Nigeria is able to look at that critically. Thank you.
All right, let's look at some of the various types of taxes in Nigeria. Let's look at their roles and how significant they've been over the years and the need for reforms. If you look at some of these, an example is value-added tax, personal income tax. So let's look at some of these taxes and then how successful, if in your own opinion, they've been over the years.
Thank you very much. Well, let me start by saying that we have different types of taxes. Of course, we have the personal income tax, which can be divided into two. Of course, pay as you earn, and personal income tax from other groups of the societies. Of course, we have the company income tax, we have the capital gain tax, and we have petroleum tax and value-added tax. Also, we also have other taxes like excise duty and excise duties, import duties, and others. But let me just narrow it down to real tax, which borders on direct and indirect. Of course, we all know that over time, Nigeria has evolved various tax laws, amendment to suit the current economic dictates. Of course, when you look at, I want to mention personal income tax. When you look at personal income tax, which is a direct tax, Nigeria has a lot of opportunity to harness resources, a lot of tax revenue from that. When you look at personal income tax, I would say that Nigeria, we have not really grown it to ensure that large populace are able to comply with this. Let me take, for instance, look at the informal sector. Informal sector, I'm happy that Nigeria was able to come up with PITA, what we call Personal Income Tax Amendment Act in 2011, which was able to revolutionize payment, personal income tax, which is PIT, and being extended to informal sector. Of course, when we are talking of informal sector, they are the people, they are the class of or categories of taxpayers that don't pay, that don't keep records. But I tell you, they form more than 90% or 80% of the populace in this country. Of course, we have the artisans, we have the market, we have lots of them. But how have we been able to harness these taxpayers into our tax net? It has been a problem. It has been a problem. The personal income tax that we are talking about, predominantly have been harnessed from the salary earners, and which I think it should be expanded beyond that. Of course, the informal sector can be grown, and we also have the categories of individuals, the personalities, the high net worth individuals that have been hidden. We've not been able to capture them. Of course, we all know that our data collections have been very porous in this country, but I think we can do more to be able to look at that very well. And of course, I'll keep on saying that our major stakeholders, which is the bank, that the government can really use to harness some of all these things. Of course, we have potentials to grow very well. Then that is on a personal income tax. But we can also look at the corporate tax. Of course, corporate tax a company income tax has been doing very well, and which is handled by the Federal Inland Revenue. I think Federal Inland Revenue can still do more. Of course, we have been having a lot of reforms. Of course, we have the recent Finance Act that has been able to grant the turnover. We have 25 billion. This is how much you pay. 30 million. This is how much you pay in terms of rate. Yes, which is very good to encourage industry. But I think we can still do more on the collection process. We might not necessarily need to increase our tax rates, but what we need to do is to expand our tax base. Our tax base is wide in this country. There are so many companies that are not complying with tax payments, but I think the Federal Inland Revenue Service can still do more on that aspect. Ditto to states when it comes to the implementation or the enforcement of the personal income tax. But by and large, corporate tax, which is company income tax, has been doing very, very well. So it has been contributing enormously to the bottom line of tax in Nigeria. Of course, value-added tax, of course, very, very fantastic. We all know that VAT is a consumption tax, which dwells on what we buy and what we sell. So, but I think we can still do more because there are a lot of transactions that are being mitigated against being VATable. And that is why we have constant review of items that are VATable, items that are not VATable, and this thing. But I think increasing VAT rates, to me, is good, but I think we have the effect of it on goods and services, which we all know, whether we like it or not. Of course, we transfer the cost to the final consumer. It still speaks on inflation, but I think we should do more. The government should do more to expand the base rather than looking at the rates. Of course, value-added tax has been doing very well. Of course, it's being contributed or it's been distributed or been given to the three tiers of government. The federal government, I think 15%, the state government 50%, and the local government has its own shares of it. But I think we can do more on that. There are a lot of transactions that goes unvatable, but which legitimately they are vatable. Of course, we have other taxes as well. Import duties, excise duties, and some of other charges and levies that governments can harness very well. But I think we can do more by providing adequate infrastructures, governance, so that there will be a voluntary compliance on the part of the populace. Of course, Nigerians are willing to comply once government on the other side can be able to justify what they do with taxes. So personal income tax and company income tax and VAT, they constitute large portions of tax to the bottom lines of tax revenue in Nigeria. Of course, petroleum profit tax is also there, which I think it's also very large. But I think we can still do more to be able to harness some of what this by looking into our tax law, by looking into our ethics code of conduct and professionalism in the act of collecting some of this tax revenue. Of course, lastly, I will mention that most of all these tax relevant tax authorities are not being professional. They need to do more. They need to go all out there. They need to be creative. They need to explore technology to be able to drive their revenue, which I think is the new order now, being embraced by most relevant tax authorities. Federal government, on the part of Federal Inland Revenue Service, they are not relenting in that. Just of recent, they were able to promulgate laws or develop a kind of IT to be able to drive gaming revenue. But I think they can still do more on some of all these things by doing a kind of peer review, by studying what happens in other climates, how are they doing it better, such that we can be able to harness our tax revenue. But largely, government needs to prove to the society that tax revenue is being utilized effectively and efficiently.
Right, still on the issue of value-added tax, you're aware that there was this tussling between the Federal Inland Revenue and some state tax collection agencies about who has the statutory when it comes to the collection of value-added tax. What do you make of this development, about this clash of interest, and what should be done to ensure that these are well spread out in order to ensure that there's no clash of interest when it comes to tax collection, especially VAT this time around?
Well, there are two sides of a coin. Well, VAT, according to law, is collected by federal governments. And when it is collected, it is being shared among the three tiers of government. Of course, the local governments, the state government, and federal governments. I know that about 1 or 2 years ago, there have been this clamor that there should be a derivation. There should be a derivation factors of VAT, such that the VAT that is being collected in each state should go back to their state. In fact, the state should be in charge of the VAT that happens in their domain. But it is about law, and of course, unless there's an amendment to that. But in my own opinion, I believe that that phenomenon or that system is something that we should be looking into. Like when you look at Lagos State and when you look at River State, the Ogun State, some other states, they contribute large chunk of VAT to the federal government. But by the time it is being distributed, of course, they have various formula they deduce. So how do you expect a state that is lying out, that is just there, that they are not ready to harness their own resources, they are not able to think outside the box, the academic activities, economic activities is so low, and you expect them to share the same thing with other states like Lagos and Rivers. So, but I think that aspect needs to be looked into. Some states can afford to fold their arms, and after all, whether we like it or not, revenue will come to my state. And part of this revenue includes VAT. So it is demotivational to other states. It is not encouraging to other states to look inward. To look inward and be able to harness their resources, because most of these VAT collections, huge amount of VAT that has been collected by this state goes to the federal courts. And the federal courts will now distribute it in their own way to every state according to the formula. But this is not too ideal. But I think presently, because of the nationality that we embrace, and because of federal character principle, I think we need to still look at that until maybe another world when we have a very good, even development in this country. Of course, agitation of other states that no, this won't happen. But like we have a region in this country. Of course, let me mention to the specific north. Of course, they feel that if VAT is goes down the issue of derivation, they felt they might be shortchanged compared to southern part of this country. But I think they should look inward as well to be able to harness more, tap other resources that are lying idle here. Most of them rely on oil, and they believe that oil is there, and once there's allocation, they are going to get their own shares part of it. I think it's not too good. But for now, my candid opinion is that we can still leave it at this because of the nationality and the federal character principles. We want to grow, and we cannot leave our brothers and sister states to be shortchanged in some of all these national resources called Commonwealth. But I believe that by the time we're able to get there, we have system, structure, institutional development. We have pragmatic development in this country. We have a lot of infrastructures are put in place. We have working economies. Then we can begin to think of that derivation of that. But I tell you, the view, the school of thought being embraced by those states are not out of place or out of content. They are very, very much in order. But we need to look at the Nigeria as a republic, the Nigeria as a national, the Nigeria as confederation. So that is the way, federation, and that is the way we have to look at it for now. Thank you.
All right. The federal government has set up a tax reforms committee to look at the issue of tax regulations and harmonize all the taxes you have in Nigeria. The committee is being headed by Taiwo Oyedele, and they are targeting the GDP ratio to tax about at least 18%. How optimistic are you? Do you think this is going to see the light of the day? And what is what's your thought about these reforms? And then how soon will it turn to reality?
Yes, thank you. Taiwo Oyedele, too much I know about him is someone that I believe he can turn around the tax reforms. From his background, we all know that he's a tax expert, and he knows what he's doing and what he's coming up with. Well, tax reforms, we actually need it. There are a lot of loopholes in our tax system, and which we have to look at. I believe that by the time he's able to co-opt various professionals, various technocrats on board, not theorists, not people that read textbooks alone, but people that actually in practice, people that actually know the downfield, that feel the heat, that knows what it is, come on board and be able to join hand with him to reform this tax in Nigeria. Of course, our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, of course, we're doing the right thing, trying to put the round peg in round hole by bringing on board people that are resumes, people that are very, very good in tax policy. Over the years, we've not been having that. But I think there will be a kind of a paradigm shift in these tax reforms, and there's going to be a lot of changes. But we might not be able to see the effects now, because some of the changes we have to go through legislation, some of the changes we have to go through a lot of pronouncements that we need to test. But by and large, it's coming to fruition. And it's coming to fruition would mean that our GDP, our tax to GDP will begin to rise. We begin to increase by the time some of all these things begins implementation. But I think Nigeria should, the tax policy, the reform, the committee should also think outside the box by looking at microeconomies, by looking at hidden economies, by looking at those economies that have been very, very complex and difficult to be able to harness revenue from, despite the fact that they generate huge amount of revenue from this, huge amount of income from this country, but they have been escaped, been taxed. So they need to look at our tax laws. They need to look at the legislations. They need to look at the implementation modalities, and they need to look at the technology, which is very, very important. But I think I have so much credence in this tax reform, because I know the step they have begun justifies that they are going. But my advice to them is we should look less of a increase in rates, which I think, to me, according to my school of thoughts, is not a too good system or indices to be able to heighten revenue. But we can look at the base, expansion of our base. Our base is very, very crucial, because you can't have less than 30% of populace contributing tax or paying tax. We need to expand it. We need to do a lot of data collection. We need to be able to harness and work with corporate organizations, work with government establishments like CAC. We need to look at that. We need to work with banks. We need to be able to look at the areas we are not looking at. There are a lot of idle resources that we can look at. We are not looking at solid minerals in this country. So that I believe that this committee will be able to do justice to some of all these areas that we have not been looking at in the previous years in this country.
Let's look at this issue of tax invasion. You agree with me that's one of the issues to contend with. How can government tackle this issue of tax invasion in spite the level of awareness, in spite the level of education? You still see that this still persists. How can this be addressed?
Well, thank you for this. Of course, evasion and tax avoidance are things that they are part of the system, tax drive system, in terms of tax administrations and tax policies and enforcement. Well, it's one of the major bane of our revenue growth in this country, particularly taxation. Like, before I even dwell on this particular tax evasion, we will not talk about tax business or enterprise in this country without mentioning governance. Governance is very key to every nation, and that is the benchmark we need to look at. Permit me to make reference to United Kingdom. Of course, major source of revenue to that country is tax. But I've seen someone that came into this country that willingly visited a relevant tax authority that I want to pay my tax. I just came back from this country. That is to say that the culture that has been imbibed in that person brought it into Nigeria. But I think there's a need for government to change its attitude towards tax enterprise vis-a-vis governance. We need to do more in terms of governance. Governance trigger a lot of things. And when governance is in place, of course, we may not have everything provided by the government, but government should be seen to be thorough, should be seen to be able to make use of this tax revenue for development and for the progress of the communities, of the societies. Yeah, the issue of evasion, we cannot totally erase it in the tax world, but we can only mitigate it by a lot of systems in place. One, proper enforcement needs to be done, need to be embraced by various relevant tax authority. Of course, enforcement goes very, very critical and is very, very important. The act of enforcement comes with a lot of things. Once we have proper tax procedures that are being followed, I want to call on tax administrations, the various tax administrators, to really look into this. And that is why we have a lot of litigations, tax litigation, objections and all that. That's why I also mentioned that the professionalism is very, very key. Our tax administrator must embrace professionalism in the act of doing their business, the tax business. Of course, we have statutory numbers of days, but we serve notice and assessment, you do all that. There are statutory numbers of days. But by the time some of all these things are not kept, you will see some of all these taxpayers hiding under tax avoidance, under the loopholes. And that is very, very critical. We need to embrace an holistic tax administration, effective tax administration very, very well. And enforcement comes into this. Enforcement is the last thing. Of course, you can't enforce without following the normal procedures. Enforcement must be able to kill once you have that. Of course, another aspect we can look at is most of our laws should be amended such that various stakeholders, such as banks, can be really discussed with. But the law has been very, very critical to pass because the most affected people are the bourgeoisie of the society, the crime of the society. Failure of most of our crimes of the society to declare their income is a major lacuna that the government needs to look at. But how will government be able to change them? Most of our rich men don't pay taxes. Just for instance, the implementation, I'm looking at Abuja, for instance, the implementation of property tax in Abuja. How do you think we can annex it? Yes, we can annex it, but there will be a lot of resistance in this until we have enabling, the wherewithal to be able to go into that. So our implementation is another area. We need to look at our implementations, our tax, our implementation tax. We need to look at it very well. For instance, if we have a property tax that, or maybe land charge that you are expected to pay, but willingly, people are not ready to pay unless you are able to serve them the notice, you are able to enforce, and some of all these things. So I think our enforcement need to grow very well. Then another aspect is looking at our law. We need to look at a law that are friendly to the society. We must not have a Draconian law. We must not have too high-handedness law. Like, to me, the increase of value-added tax from 5% to 7.5% is unproductive. It's a quick avenue to drive away the real sectors of this economy, to really relegate them to background. This of course, whether we like it or not, it's one part of the cost. Whether we are going to transfer it or
we need to wrap up now.
Definitely bear the cost. So we need to look at that.
All right.
To look at some of all these tax laws and improve on it. Thank you.
All right. We must appreciate you for spending time with us, for sharing your thoughts on the issue of tax reforms and regulations in Nigeria. We just have to wrap up now. Thank you so much, Babatunde Salau, for spending time with us on Early Extinct this morning.
Oh, thank you so much. It's my pleasure. You are welcome. Thank you, Nigerians. Thank you, my viewers.
Right, we're due for another break now. We'll go on the break, and when we return, we'll have more discussion on Early Exchange. Stay with us.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market, located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force, and Eyo masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota markets, Souk enlightenment.
This is done.
One of the factors being identified by our key persons is the issue of transportation. For you to have a sustainable city, you must have a deliberate attempt to have a master plan.
This is early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, it's early exchange and it's getting bigger and better. To let you know it's getting bigger, there's someone here with me, and that's Blessing. Blessing is here. Blessing, glad to have you this morning.
Good morning. Happy rainy day.
Yeah, you know, the rain almost changed the pattern for the day. But
yes, but you know, as much as the rain tries, it never succeeds at changing the way things are done around here.
Exactly. So we're here today. We're looking at tax reforms, and we've had a discussion, you know, with Babatunde, who talked about the need for reforms. You know, he had to do an analysis of the present state of tax reforms in Nigeria. According to him, we've come a long way, and even though he emphasized on the need for more reforms, and he also believes in the presidential committee being set up to look at the issue of tax reforms, that they will do their best, looking at the antecedents of the chairman of the committee, which is Taiwo Oyedele. But now we want to look at the issue of business taxation in Nigeria, and then what has been your experience in recent times?
Oh, okay. Regarding businesses, taxation of businesses, I would like to begin from the point where I commend the current administration. You know that some taxes were suspended and pushed to September. That was just to give a kind of relief to businesses because of the removal of fuel subsidies. So in that regard, I say the government has done well. But where we have the challenge basically is not even at the federal level, it's at the local government level, because the local governments have the authority to charge whatever levy or impose levies on businesses that run within the local government. That's where we actually see the issue of multiple taxation come up for businesses, and that's one thing that a lot of businesses have been crying out against, multiple taxation. Now, the Federal Inland Revenue Service have their taxes well structured, but at the local government level, it's supposed to be that way. Now, if a business, for instance, is paying maybe excise duty because of the kind of production or manufacturing that they're into, but they operate within a particular local government is also charging. And you know the local government is majorly in charge of taxing the informal sector because they are closer to those businesses and the people. So that's one area I think needs to be handled. For the informal sector, sometimes they're giving different levies and they don't even know which is which. Why are we paying this? Why are we paying that? But when the guys who come, and you know it doesn't come in the civil manner as you would find the other tiers of government operating when it comes to collecting tax. It doesn't come in that civil manner. So it's either you pay or you leave the space. So.
All right, before I turn you to a guest on this show, Let's take the conversation to Dr. Titilayo Fowokon, who is joining us via Zoom. She's a chartered tax practitioner. We're going to look at tax incentives and investment promotion. Dr. Titilayo, glad you have joined us on Early Exchange. All right, let's go on a short break now so that we can reconnect with our guests. It's still Early Exchange, and it's going to get bigger and better. Stay with us. Factors being identified by our key persons is the issue of transportation. For you to have a sustainable city, you must have a deliberate attempt to have a master plan.
This is Early Exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, welcome back. We're looking at tax incentives and investment promotion in Nigeria, which is very critical to businesses, the survival of businesses, what the federal government needs to do in order to ensure that you attract more investment to Nigeria. And to help us shed more light on this, we're being joined by Dr. Titilayo Fowokon, who is a chartered tax practitioner. Dr. Titilayo, glad to have you join us on Early Exchange.
Good morning. How are you today?
Great. All right. Let's start with your assessment of the existing, tax incentives in Nigeria. Talk to us about how successful, if you agree they have been successful, how successful have they been looking at the existing tax incentives in Nigeria?
Okay, I would like to say that the existing tax incentives have been successful in the sense that we've seen some economic development by virtue of this incentive. For instance, we have the free zone that was created where we have businesses that are able to operate. And from there is exports and generation of foreign exchange. We have things around pioneer legislation, pioneer status incentive, which has enabled some industries to grow and able to also create employment for the country. We also have things around, the pioneer is also for tax holidays. We have things around some tax credits, which, for instance, if you look at a road, there was a road infrastructure credit, which was initiated. Is actually a form of incentive or in form of a credit scheme, whereby when corporate organizations support the government in infrastructure, they can get this back in form of credits. And this has also helped in fixing some of our roads. And we've seen the economic impact. We have things around some sectors that have been encouraged by virtue of giving them tax holidays to be able to develop the created employment. They've also been able to add to the development of our economy. Even though we may not be there yet, we may not have achieved what we so desire to achieve. But I want to say that the era of tax incentive has actually helped us. It's just that we now need to start reviewing those tax incentives. Are they achieved their goal? Are they still necessary for the economy? Do we need to now rejig what we have before and repackage it? Do we have some sectors that we need to develop? Recently there's this the tech industry recently have gotten some recognition through the Nigerian Startup Act, and we've seen the rate in which technology has moved. We are now in the digital era, so the essence of tax incentive has helped even these young techpreneurs to be able to come up, and a lot is being done in that regard now. Prior to now, we've seen things around agriculture, some incentives given for loans given to agriculture. The interest on those loans were to some extent tax exempt, so the banks were encouraged to give loans for agriculture. We've seen things around the primary agriculture business. In fact, the Finance Act has also made primary agricultural production to be exempted from tax for a period of a maximum of 6 years. And these are areas that is developing, enabled us. But it's just that we need to now have a balance between the tax incentives we're given and the real impact on the economy, so that we are sure that we are really getting value for these incentives. I'll say that tax incentives have done, but it's just that we need to also curb abuse of the incentives as much as possible. We need information around data, how much of these incentives have benefited us. It's also have a benefit in terms of foreign exchange, where you give incentive for operations in like the Onne free zone, like the Lagos free zone. The whole essence of this is for exports and for inflow of foreign exchange. These are all benefits of tax incentives. But the question we have to start asking ourselves is, how have these benefits improved our economy? I would say it has done its own part, but there might be issues around monitoring, issues around ensuring that the incentives are not just overstretched. There must be a time frame in which you have an incentive, and to check and say, has this incentive achieved its objective? Do we need to change what we have? Do we need to change the model? Which industries has this industry developed? If you look at things around the cement industry, the cement industry has developed such that incentives given under the pioneer legislation, sometimes in 2020, was removed. And that because we now became net exporters of cement in the country. And this is part of the development that we've seen. So we have other areas too. We have incentives in relation to exports. This is all to encourage people to export goods out of the country, all because we want to look at bringing in foreign exchange into the country. But we're still not getting the benefit. We're still not feeling the benefits because of the situation we find ourselves today. Some other things are eroding this. So I think tax incentive has been useful to the country. It has helped us in the past, and I believe it can still help. It is still helping, but we just need to go back to the drawing board and see, do we need all the incentives? The current Finance Act 2023 has also tried to see how to reduce some of this incentive, but I think in the bit of doing that, it has to be holistic. It's not just to pick a few, but to look at all the incentives, look at the sectors that are benefiting, the sector that need to be benefited. How do we develop our domestic businesses, manufacturing businesses, and things like that? So there needs to be some reviews around incentives to see whether it's still serving its purpose or needs to be amended or realigned. I think those are the things that we need to do in terms of tax incentives. Thank you.
Incentives provided by the government to ensure that businesses are able to breathe, so to speak. There are some places around, or some locations around the world that are considered as tax haven, and incentives like this is the reason why investors flood to such destinations. But here we also have lots of incentive. But you mentioned that the gains have not actually been actualized. What are those factors that are watering down the gains of these incentives?
Now, the factors, number one of the factors is that do we have a proper monitoring of the benefits of these incentives? Can we say that all the incentives we given, let's take for instance, in the list of tax or pioneer incentive under the tax holiday, we have different industries. We have technology, we have services, we have manufacturing, we have gas utilization, we have different aspects. Can we actually, as a country, look at each of this industry and say the incentive given to this industry has been able to add to our GDP by so percentage between this period and this period? And that comes to the issue of data. Do we have that data to assess the effectiveness of the incentive that we've given? In the absence of data, it is difficult for us to assess how effective they've been. And this is where we need to also, and we also have different government ministries that are managing some of this incentive. Though the incentive is talking about tax incentive, which is coming from the Ministry of Finance, but you find out that other sectors we have the Nigeria Investment Promotion Commission, who also needs to give an update as to what value has this incentive brought on the table. So there needs to be some synergy. There needs to be some assessment and to see how we've gotten, or what we've gotten, the value we've gotten from these incentives. And when we see the value, we can now know the ones that we can continue with. We can know the ones that has lived his life and needs to be repealed. Not that we just repeal it, because we can see that it has achieved the purpose for which it has been. And then in terms of also being able to monitor what is happening in each of this industry, to be sure that there is even no abuse of the incentive. And when you talk of abuse, it means that people that qualify to get this incentive are the ones getting it, and we are not getting leakages instead of getting development and economic improvement from the essence of these incentives. And these are critical to being sure that incentives are achieving what they aim at achieving. We don't just want to have incentive. We want to have incentive that is adding value, because the incentive is translating to tax expenditure. Government is like opportunity cost. Government is giving out something to be able to give this incentive, and at the end of the day, this incentive should be able to tell us what improvements we have seen in our economy. Has it created more employment? Can we assess those who have been employed by virtue of this incentive? Has it made us to have food supply, massive food supply? So we also need to look at this. What specific value have been added to the country. And this has to do with the ministries that are in charge. They need to have oversight over this and be sure that whatever they are giving, they follow due process. It's not just because everybody comes, but there must be people that really qualify for it. It must not be something that is vague. It must be clear. And anyone that wants to review this should also be. So the leadership in terms of legislators should actually put this in ministries that are in charge to task to ensure that they are able to account for all these incentives and able to prove the value that have been added to the nation. And they should also be accountable to the citizens to tell the citizens that this is what we have been able to do as incentive. This is the value this incentive has added. This is how this incentive, as if government is doing something for them, and they can also testify to the benefit they are getting from this. I think this needs to be done.
All right, let's look at the issue of abuse of tax incentives, which you earlier, make reference to it. Why do you think we keep having this kind of abuse, and then what can be done to ensure that this is being relegated?
Okay, I think the point of abuse is when there is no proper monitoring, because abuse of incentive comes when you are not qualified and you are able to navigate your way. Things around, I'm sorry to say, at times there are some collusion that comes, and then you get some approvals because you either know someone, or you have given someone something, or you are able to just convince somebody to do something. So I think it is more of monitoring. It's more of having, as a Nigerian, I cherish Nigeria. So I would want to do things for the good of the country. If all of us have that in mind, then the issue of abuse will not come in. If there's a genuine reason. Abuse comes when there's no genuine reason, and the old reason is to evade tax. I don't want to pay tax, and that's why I want to enjoy all the incentive. Even when an industry has gotten to a growth stage, because we talk about startup, fine, incentive for startup, we enable them to grow, we enable them to be able to generate employment. Now, at the point when you have grown and you are ready, you should give back to the economy. And that's where the issue of abuse starts, because you've enjoyed it, you want to keep enjoying it, and you don't want to give back to the economy. Then it gets into abuse. You don't qualify, you do everything to get it, and at the end of the day, you pay less to the government, and government is not getting the objective and the result of giving that incentive. That's where the abuse comes from. And it's also out of if we see Nigeria as our project, is our country, is our land, they will be willing to do all that we do to contribute back. Having enjoyed those incentives, will be willing to contribute to the good and to development of the country. That we are talking about people leaving the country. It's because they cannot see, they can't see that future. They believe things are not getting better. But if people that have enjoyed these incentives, the companies that have enjoyed the incentives, are also able to plow back, create employment, add value to then we not get people to want to stay, and those are areas that we also need to look at.
Let's take a look at the pioneer status tax, for instance, where some companies are granted tax holiday. And you just talked about the startup. For the monitoring, shouldn't it be easy to monitor and know when a company is no longer within that status or no longer eligible for that? Because there is this registration document with the CAC. You know when the company was incorporated, and a company files its tax returns. Shouldn't it be very easy to just know, oh, these companies are eligible for this kind of incentive, and these other companies are not eligible for this incentive? Now, in determining the companies that are eligible for certain incentives, how difficult is it, or should it be?
It is not difficult. It is clear. The law has clearly specified those who are eligible, and to support that, there have been regulations, there have been some guidelines that have been provided. So it is clear to know those who are eligible. And it is also clear to know what we call date of production production day. Because when you are submitting and you are applying for Pioneer, you would give so many documentation, including your proposals in terms of capital expenditure acquisition, in terms of employment that you plan for the next 5 years. Because Pioneer is actually for the first 3 years and then extended for 2 years, except for, I think, primary agricultural production that now has, I think, 4 and 2, which is about 6. So it is clear to know when they qualify, when they do not qualify. The only thing is that Pioneer is given either by product or by industry. So it is possible for you to get Pioneer based on a product. And when that product has outlived its Pioneer period, you can actually invest. It's actually supposed to encourage investment. So these things are easy to track. It is a matter of being conscious of the responsibility that's been laid on the NIPC to monitor this, such that nobody is getting more than what they get. And I don't think it's difficult to do. I want to give it to NIPs that they've been trying their best. At least when people get Pioneer, you do 3 years, you have some reports you must submit. Even every year, you must file some things. You must show performance reports must be submitted after the first 3 years. Even when you want to come and renew, there's some requirement that I mean, even before you are given, there's some inspection that is done. It's just for this to be properly put into perspective when the reports are being done, when government is assessing how effective the incentive has been. And apart from you getting the Pioneer, they should be able to say, okay, for this particular Pioneer industry or product, how many companies have gotten it? What impact has that made? And that is where the issue of analyzing the data that we have. There are data. Is just to ensure that these data are properly aligned, analyzed, and to be able to address whether we've achieved the objective or not, and not just to be gathering the data. We can't be gathering data, knowing the companies, knowing the industry, but we must move to the next stage of analyzing this data and being sure that it has achieved what it's supposed to achieve. It shouldn't be a difficult thing if we do the right thing and follow the rule. There's a process, there's a law, there's a guideline, there are procedures to be followed. And once we follow this, they should not be difficult to track and prevent any abuse. You know, when we talk of abuse, I always ask myself a question: abuse in relation to what? If some things are done within the confines of the law, we can't say it's abuse. But if somebody does not qualify, and because corruption has allowed them to get what they do not qualify for, then the issue of abuse start coming in. But if people qualify and it can be demonstrated with appropriate documentation, I think that's not an abuse, and it should be assessed. And the next stage should be analyzing the impact that has made in the economy, in terms of employment, in terms of plowing back into the business, in terms of providing the object of that incentive, ensuring is achieved. Thank you.
Now let's look at investment promotion this time around. What do you think the federal government can do or put in place? What kind of mechanism do you think the federal government can put in place to attract both local and foreign investors?
Okay, in terms of investment promotion, I think the first is our economy. Our economy needs to be attractive, because as we are today, investors are looking at the political stability, they are looking at the economic stability of the nation, they are looking at the ease of doing business. I think it's critical for us to work. There's been some work done on ease of doing business, but I think we can improve on that. In fact, ease of doing business is the political situation, stability, the economic, in fact, foreign exchange has added to it now. The subsidy removal has even added to it. All this needs to be looked into, because if any investor wants to come in, they want to be assured that they'll be able to do their business well. Apart from even being able to repatriate their dividend or being able to repatriate their profits, they would have added some value, and it is the leftover, in quote, permit me to use that word, the leftover is what they will be taking back. They would have created employment. So in terms of, we must look at creating an environment whereby investors can come in, they can improve the life of our people, create employment, they can add value to our employable level, and they can also be sure that they'll be able to do their business without harassment. In fact, there's issue around multiplicity of taxes. You want to do a business, you pay the federal tax, which is in the law, you pay the state taxes, you come local government, and apart from local government, you have some other things that you also go through. So these are things that investors want to look at. They are not looking at tax alone. They are also looking at the stability of the economy. Are they sure of what will happen tomorrow? Or that they will just wake up and see things have changed? Is exchange rates, for instance, now, we don't know what the way exchange rate is going now. No investor will want to come, and the investors are even leaving. We've had a couple of companies that have left the country, and you know the implication of that is that there will be unemployment because people they've employed will have to be left thrown back to the unemployment food. So the stability of the economy is really, really important. Ease of doing business is important. Political stability is also important. They will not want to come and then there's extra scatter and they lose all their investment by virtue of opera or chaos or something. So I think these are critical, apart from tax, because they also look at the tax-friendly environment to be able to do their investment. So these are all put together in terms of taking an investment decision. It doesn't start from tax, because people always make that mistake that tax is the only thing. No, there are some non-tax factors that are looked at also. Access to labor, they also look at that. They look at resources, other resources that they need for their business. The type of Nigeria is blessed, so you might look at the type of, for instance, now if you look at fintech is another area. People are now coming to invest in fintech. We know a lot of things have happened, and creating that enabling environment for them to thrive will also encourage investment. Before we even start talking about foreign direct investment, even investment by the Nigerians, we have a situation whereby there are so many bottlenecks. Removing those bureaucratic bottlenecks in being able to run the business is also an advantage. It's also something that will attract investment into any country or any environment. Thank you.
Some other factors that are disincentives to investors. It's not just about tax. Now let's look at infrastructural deficits. To what extent will industrial hubs help in attracting and keeping investors when we have industrial hubs?
Now, it would go a long way because, you know, if you look at infrastructure, it's also important for investment. For instance, for those who are into consumer goods, the roads, if the roads are bad, how do they move from their production to the consumer? The cost of doing business would be affected. So if there are industrial hubs that can come together and be able to have a voice, but one thing is for them to have a voice, another thing is for the government to be ready to listen to them. They know how what they are going through. They know how best things can be done to help them to fit into the purpose. So the industrial, for instance, let's look at the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. They come together and they talk about the common effects that is affecting manufacturers. And one of it is exchange rate because of importation of their raw materials. But the key thing is, even after saying this, does the government really listen to them? Does the government see them as a major partner in making sure that there are good infrastructure development? Things around power is also critical. Things around things around utility is critical. So if there's no power, the roads are bad, then we have two major aspects that are going to affect them. Now there's no constant supply of power. You're using maybe diesel. Now diesel has gone up, so the cost of doing business has also gone up. But with the industrial hub, they are able to have a common purpose, and they're able to channel their costs. They're able to also to give support to see how they can provide. For instance, look at the road infrastructure credit. The road infrastructure credit is a means to provide infrastructure, especially road networks. And quite a number of roads have been done through this by the combination of the different companies that have come together are now durable. People can now move the goods to the consumers. People that are not even businesses are also enjoying the roads. The Obajana Kaba road is being enjoyed. We have the Woroshoki road that's just been done, and we have things that have been done under these different up. And it's because some people have come together and say, oh, this is something we can do. And they all came together and say, let's see how we can support government in this infrastructure and take it in form of tax credits. Because, you know, if you look at time value of money, you may not say that it is valuable, But because it is going to help other sectors, they have seen it as a means of let's invest in this infrastructure under that common goal, and then let's see how we help the economy to grow by virtue of infrastructure development. We are now looking at area of power, because if you have power, you have good roads, that's access to markets. You the artisans, they'll be able to work. You can develop the non-informal sector. The informal sector is a larger part of our economy, and they rely more on power. So these are, once we have these industrial hubs and they're able to look at how best can we support government, and also government gives them some relief in terms of whatever support they give, which is what the road infrastructure tax credit is able to do. So we can have this, it will also help to drive this, but it also comes from government's political will to support these hubs and listen to them, because they know more about where the shoe is pinching them, and they'll be able to provide solutions to how best to help them, so they can also contribute their quota to the growth of the economy. Thank you.
Now, let's take a shift to look at the issue of tax compliance. Now, in spite of the incentives by government, you still discover that the level of compliance is still low. What can be done to change the narrative?
I've always said, when it comes to compliance, I always encourage people to voluntarily comply, but it comes from government's accountability and responsibility. And you know, there's always a social contract, though I believe that if there's a law, you comply with the law. But at the same time, there's an expectation that when I do my part, government will do its part. And that is where the issue comes from. A lot of times, even those who are voluntarily complying are being under the pressure of paying more. They get a lot, and those who are not complying seems to feel they can. So until when there's a definite action on non-compliance, and not on those who are complying, and maybe by virtue of one small miss, they probably miss one deadline or something, and they get beaten. There should be some form of encouragement for those who are voluntarily complying, and make them as an example for others, an encouragement of others. Let people see what the tax payment is doing. Let them see what their taxes are doing. Let it not be that they that pay, they are the ones that are being made to pay more, and they are not paying and are happy that they are not paying and nothing is happening. If there's going to be anything to be done to non-compliance, it should be genuine non-compliance cases, and every other person should be made to see the effort made by government to deter non-compliance. I think this will help. And also, like I also say, ease of paying taxes. I want to give it to the tax authorities. They are making it easy. You now pay on platforms. You don't have to move from one place to the other before you can pay your taxes. You can pay from the confines of your room. Fine, it is good. That is really very good. And I believe that this is the right way to go. But at the same time, there must be some name and shame when non-compliance comes up. And the name and shame must have to be it must be defendable. It must be clear. And then there must be proper interpretation of the laws. At times, when the drive for tax collection is higher than looking at the business exigencies, it becomes a problem. So I think that it would be good for there to be that social contract or compliance with the social contract between the citizens and government. Government needs to be accountable. They need to be transparent. They need to be sincere, so that the citizens will know that government is not just collecting, they are using it for something, and then that will make people to voluntarily want to add to the pot of the tax collection of the country. I think it's very necessary. Don't punish those who are doing well. Don't tax people to poverty. Please let the poor breathe. Let the businesses breathe, and let them be able to do business, contribute to the economy, create employment, and still be able to pay their own share of tax to the government. That's what I would say. And individuals also
what percentage
yeah.
is ideal, or should it vary according to sector, industry? We know that the corporate income tax is put at 30% currently in Nigeria. Do you think it should be standard, or it should vary so that some industries, some sectors are not overtaxed? And is it possible for those who are complying willingly to have a rebate as some encouragement and serve as an incentive for others to follow suit?
In terms of the tax rates, I think the government has tried to do some graduated rates for small, medium, For the small, 0%, no tax, so that can encourage them, which I think is a good one. For the medium, 20% companies, and for the large, 30%. I think that graduation of rates is a welcome development, though it can also be looked into. I know the national tax policy also looked at reducing the corporate income tax rate so that there can be more people to be encouraged in terms of compliance. I want to believe that the tax policy reform committee are also going to work on this. They're going to look into this and be sure that they consider some of this. Then in terms of, I think you talk in terms of incentives for those who are complying. I think there used to be a 1% self-assessment bonus, which I think is still there for those who comply. That's an encouragement, but you know, the conditions for that is also not that easy. You must pay within a particular time. What if you have cash flow? So there must be something that is flexible. When I mean flexible, not open to different interpretation, but it's clear, it's easy to administer. Let me use that way. So it's something that when you look at it, for instance, if you are complying and you have a problem, then it shouldn't now be seen as a default. Once you communicate that, there should be some relief for you. Then in terms of, I know there'll be times that when individuals comply, they have like a forum whereby such individuals are actually brought out to the limelight, that this person has contributed to the state purse, they've done this, they've complied, as an example for others. And they are more like, not a rebate anyway, because we won't be saying, but government is talking about getting more money, and you're saying reducing it. But I'm saying those people are given recognition and the contribution they've made. So other people are encouraged by what they've done. Now, but what they contribute, government should use it for the better life of everybody. And so can have more people say, yes, since I can see what government is using, I also want to contribute to the life of others. And this has to do with you being a citizen, seeing yourself as a proper citizen of the country and contributing your quota. So I think it's good to encourage those who contribute well. And I think it's also the best to punish those who are not doing the right thing, so that this can balance. But the political will to do both is also what needs to be considered.
Right, we must wrap up at this point. Dr. Titilayo Fowoko, we want to appreciate you for your brilliant submissions and for spending time with us on Early Extinct this morning.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, we're due for another break. When we return, we'll have more discussion related to tax policy in Nigeria. Stay with us.
I'm okay.
My name is Raymond Bola Brown.
My name is Larry, and I play Afro reggae music.
Hi, my name is Fred Amata, and you're on to Souk News.
If you are watching this channel for the first time, make sure you continue to watch it, because this is Souk News.
Shout out to Suit News. Actually, I don't know. I really enjoyed the little moment I spent with you, and I think with more of this.
Souk News. Here's the Souk News who had the courage to transcend a locked off camera and actually have a conversation with a human being. It's a pleasure, Souk News. Thank you very much.
If you want to advertise your product, just come here and let us help you to get to places. Yeah, you can't do it alone. No, you need this channel to do it for you.
So I've codified the relationship between transformation and its component forces, being vision, team, time, resources, and resolve, in what I call the Austin's 5 forces model for transformation. Transformation depends on force number 1, vision. A great vision is imperative to a successful transformation journey. A great vision galvanizes the team and provides clarity. So if we take an example of Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore, he was the one that turned Singapore, a third world country, into a sprawling metropolis that we see today. And he's saying that even the impossible can happen, encapsulate the strength of vision. Clear vision is a rallying point, and that brings us to the second force of transformation, which is the team. Successful transformation depends on a team that is both strong in attitude as well as in aptitude. The team must act with pace and agility, and the team must display a sense of resourcefulness. The team must know the why of the vision, not just the what and the how. And if you look at an example of the Apollo program by NASA in the United States of America and the trip to the moon, there were about 400,000 people working on that project. But what typifies the team was the 3 people, Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, and Buzz Aldrin, and the resourcefulness and the agility that they brought to the project. That's what we describe as a winning team. The third force of transformation is time. The whole effort of the Apollo project would have been futile if the Soviet Union had gotten to the moon before the Apollo project could make it. So time is one of the critical constraints in terms of the transformation project, but timeliness as well, because we must be sure that the idea's time has come. There were many ideas that fell short at launch because it was just not the time for it. Netflix has proved the point. Amazon has proved the point. The fourth force in the transformation journey will be resources. And whilst resources are not infinite, we have to provide resources in the right measure to prosecute the vision. So the Apollo project was achieved by spending over 25.4 billion in those days money, which is an equivalent of about 152 billion of today's money. And whilst that is quite humongous, it matches the size and ambition of the vision. And whilst resources are not infinite, the team has to complement resources with resourcefulness, doing more with less. And the last force, probably the most important, is resolve. Resolve is the will to win. Resolve it is that made Thomas Edison discover the electric light bulb after 6,000 failed attempts. And it is resolve that made an obscure team like Leicester City in the English Premiership League win the 215th, 216th league title, despite the fact that they were recently promoted from the division below. The tenacity to win, the will not to give up, to go all the way. So, ladies and gentlemen, in this life going forward, in your transformation journey, see how you stack up against these 5 forces.
I'm okay.
My name is Raymond Bola Brown.
My name is Larry, and I play Afro reggae music.
Hi, my name is Fred Amata, and you're on to Souk News.
If you are watching this channel for the first time, make sure you continue to watch it because this is Souk News.
Shout out to Souk News. Actually, I don't know. I really enjoyed the little moment I spent with you, and I think with more of this.
Souk News. Here's the Souk News who had the courage to transcend a locked-off camera and actually have a conversation with a human being. It's a pleasure, Souk News. Thank you very much.
If you want to advertise your product, just come here and let us help you to get to places. Yeah, you can't do it alone. No, you need this channel to do it for you.
No, you don't need it for all.
One of the factors being identified by our key persons is the issue of transportation. For you to have a sustainable city, you must have a deliberate attempt to have a master plan.
This is early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Very soon, early exchange was to talking taxation today. Yes, we'll be looking at the various tax reforms and initiatives that Nigeria has or has from time to time come up with to ensure revenue generation, to reduce cases of tax evasion, and also to ensure that there is compliance. How much has this worked out is what we'll be looking at today. But before we bring in our guest, who's a legal practitioner, to speak to us about tax reforms in Nigeria, I still have one Nigerian here who pays his tax because he doesn't have an option about it. As the money is coming, his tax is already deducted, and then he's giving the rest to hold. But if he wasn't that kind of a situation, I'm still sure that Femi would do what he's obligated to do as a Nigerian.
You know, you can be rest assured that I'll always be patriotic. I'm proud of Nigeria, and I'll always do my part to ensure that there is, growth and development. You must understand that it is important to pay taxes because as a citizen, it's part of what you need to do to ensure that your country develop. You know, where the challenge is, there's this huge distrust between the citizens and the government. Or some of the citizens who don't pay because they feel that the ones they've paid or the money being paid for taxes are not well utilized. And that's why there's a need for transparency, you know, when it comes to the legal framework guiding tax collection in Nigeria. You know, I was listening to Taiwo Oyedele, the chairman of the Presidential Reforms Committee on Tax in Nigeria. He was trying to say that when you look at the issue of multiple taxation, you know, double taxation, if you look at, in fact, the taxes that are being paid in Nigeria, the numbers are just there that you can't even tell how many taxes are supposed to be paid. And you have a situation where they are not even harmonized, and I'm happy they are looking at that now. If you look at the ratio of tax collection to GDP in Nigeria, it is relatively low compared to other parts of the world. It's still about 10.8%. And now the Tax Reform Committee, they are targeting 18% now for the next 3 years to see how they can improve on that. And so I'm hopeful that with these arrangements, let's see that if the tax reforms in Nigeria
can achieve that.
Yeah.
All right, we know that Ebenezer Oloronju is ready to speak to us this morning about tax reform. Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
You must have heard Femi talk about the plan to increase the tax to GDP ratio to about 18%. Now, looking at the tax reforms that we have in Nigeria, which primarily are aimed at generating revenue and reduce cases of tax evasion, does it seem like this would work at getting that there? Things we need to tweak.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for this privilege to speak to you on this subject. And it's a very wonderful time in the annals of our tax plans that this is coming up, especially the fact that we're trying to move from an oil-based revenue, oil-based economy, to a tax-driven economy. And to that end, we have seen in the present administration that the political will is there to upscale tax generation generally. And the possibility of the tax to GDP ratio is very possible with the foot that this present administration has put forward in this light, and then with the committee of stellar faculty that has been put together, led by Taiwo Oyedele, I see that becoming a reality.
Let's have your take on the existing tax laws. There are several of them, and what are the kind of reforms you think will be necessary to ensure that the legal framework guiding tax collection in Nigeria is better?
Okay, we're talking about the legal framework, the tax administration generally in Nigeria as it is. There are a number of them, and I'm sure that the speakers before me have highlighted several. We have the Personal Income Tax Act, we have the Value Added Tax Act, we have the Petroleum Profit Act, we have the FIRS Act, that's the enabling law that empowers the FIRS to collect taxes and administer taxes and all of that. We have all of those, and if I were to advise, I think we need to come to a point where we harmonize our tax laws. Reason being that there's a lot of proliferation of tax laws that has caused confusion, as it were, amongst even the taxpayers, so that they don't know what tax to pay, what rate to pay, and the whole confusion is giving room for tax evasion and tax avoidance. Even though in law we say something about the fact that ignorance of the law is not an excuse, but because there is less awareness about what taxes you ought to pay as a business person or as an individual, even the ones who are willing to make payments for themselves not paying.
But looking at the various tax reforms that we have and compliance, one thing that's have often been said is willingly complying, the citizens complying willingly. You know, that anything that has to do with money, it's hard for people to willingly comply. Now, in other climes, if it was left to the citizens to comply willingly with tax payment, I'm very sure a lot of persons would evade tax. They would not pay penalties when people do not comply. How do we work around that without even making it so very difficult, or maybe the penalty becomes outrageous? How do we ensure compliance?
You see, the issue has to do with our peculiarity in this climate, where we just feel, I talked about largely it's because of this distrust between the government and the citizen, where they just believe that the ones that have been collected, the taxes or the revenue, the essence of taxation is to raise money, to get revenue for government. So there's this perception that, okay, the revenue, how much are you spending it, That's why I said there's a need for transparency. But what can also be done now to attract more people into that net, or to encourage more people to pay taxes, is to see that this money are well utilized. And then there's need for orientation, to orientate people. And also there's a need to also make example of people, because to deter others who feel they are above the law, they don't need to pay. For instance, if you still have a situation where the rich people get away with tax evasion, the VIPs, get away with it. So why do you think the poor man will not want to do that? This time around, we won't have to use the word "let the poor breathe." It's not applicable here, because everybody will have to pay taxes. But really, if you can make an example of the big people, the rich, the VIP, and the poor man can see that, yes, you've made an example of such people, it will deter them from not paying taxes. So these are things that need to be put in place. Then there's also proper, monitoring. You have a lot of people who are not paying taxes, who are not in the tax net, especially those in the informal sector. For those who are in the formal sector, there are structures that could factor in their payment. Most important, people like people in the civil service. Most of these taxes, like personal income taxes, VAT, they are deducted from the source, so it's easier. But for the informal sector, there's a need to put in place proper framework and mechanism to ensure that those who have not been targeted are targeted. There are a lot of businesses who are registered now, but they've not been remitting taxes. Perhaps because of the poor business environment, they've not been making gains. They give you the impression that, yes, they've not been making gains, you understand? Even in the real sense, if they've been making small gains, but they give the impression because they feel, to part with that kind of money is not that easy. But there's a need for orientation for people to understand that it's obligatory as a citizen to pay taxes. Alante Ebenezer Oloronju is back with us. Glad to have you join us once again, Ebenezer. Once again, Ebenezer. Once again, Ebenezer.
So it's also a rain, so I think it's the rain is cross country.
So please go ahead with your thoughts.
I was saying that the tax reforms is coming at a very good time, in the sense that what we need at a time like this is a codification of our laws and harmonization of our laws, so every Nigerian can relate with the tax they're supposed to pay. We have a situation where our laws are so disjointed and not codified in a manner that taxpayers can relate with them. They are so scattered, and even when we want to do the amendment to our laws, if you take a look at the Finance Act, for instance, we have the Finance Act 2023, we have the Finance Act 2022, we have the Finance Act 2021, I think. When you look at the amendments that are being made, for instance, you want to amend a provision of the Finance Act 2021 in 2022, you see something like this act now amends section 21 of the Finance Act to include the word this. Some of these changes makes our laws disjointed. So my proposition is this: for us to really get our tax jurisprudence right and develop our tax reforms, tax administration properly, we must come to terms with codifying our laws in such a way and manner that it will be easy for everyone to access and understand. The language of the laws must be made very simple also. That's just my thought on that.
During the informal sector, what approach would the government need to employ, or what reform would need to be made to ensure that the informal sector is captured and there are also no tax leakages? Because you look at the way tax is collected in the informal sector, it's done through third party and sometimes almost fourth party being involved. And so there are so many areas for leakages to happen. How do we address that?
Okay, thank you very much. Now, that has been a major concern. And when you look at some tax laws, particularly, I think I can really it's legal subcontractor is usually called contractors. Now, the arrangement of consultants, sorry, the arrangement of consultants, if I understand this, the government come into an arrangement with someone they call consultant for certain types of taxes, and then remit a certain amount, and whatever is generated is not the business, is not the business of the government once the consultant comes with the benchmark they say they should bring. Now, that in itself is bad for our tax development. Every Nigerian everybody who pays money, whether taxes, whether levies, whether dues, want to see value for the money they have paid. We must come to a point where we must do away with them, with this concept that tax is compulsory and you cannot ask what the tax is used for. That in itself is the reason why most persons, particularly the people in the informal sector, will not want to pay taxes until you force them. This informal sector goes out, generate their own electricity, fix their own roads, generate businesses for themselves, make money under the sun and in the rain, and you just come without giving them, because we say there's no element of quid pro quo in taxation. You just come and you think that people will just part with their hard-earned money. It doesn't work that way anyway. So we must come to terms with linking tax to service. And when I say linking tax to service, if you must address the payment of taxes by the informal sector, you must come to tax to service such that the taxes that are being collected from these informal sector people are channeled into things that will directly impact on them and their businesses. That way, you will encourage and you will see a surge, an upsurge in the payment of taxes from the informal sector. So that's going to be my own proposition to them, if to the tax authorities, if they really want to capture the tax, the informal sector.
Right, let's look at the issues around value-added tax. I'm happy you're a legal practitioner, and in reference to the court case between the federal government and the River State government, and at a point to the Lagos State government, where there was this clash of interest when it comes to the collection of value-added tax. I would like to have your take on that, and what are the lessons from these court cases?
You know, just like you said, I am a legal practitioner. This matter is before the courts, and there's something we say, when the matter is sub judice, it is sub judice, nobody comment on it till the courts come to a decisive decision on it. So at the risk of running foul of the law, please let me not comment on it, because the decision has not yet been handed down to the best of my knowledge. So please let me not delve into that because of my position as a legal practitioner. However, the lesson in it is this: taxation is purely law. And it is good that we have gone to the courts to get a decisive decision on who should collect what tax, particularly the VAT. We wait for the decision of the Supreme Court, because I understand that it's before the learned justices of the Supreme Court, and then we are waiting for the decision to be handed down. I'm not sure it has been handed down yet, but please, I beg to be properly guided. However, our tax jurisprudence is being developed by that decision, because that will definitely, whatever decision the learned justice of the Supreme Court comes down with, will definitely change the jurisprudence, particularly as it affects value-added tax section. Because some persons are feeling like they are being shortchanged. Some persons are feeling like they contribute so much, but they get very little. Some persons are feeling like, okay, you frustrate this tax, you want to benefit from the process of the tax. So please, let's wait for the decision of the Supreme Court on that. Then we can now make comment on it. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's look at the impact of tax reforms in Nigeria on the ease of doing business and investment climate.
Okay,
the tax
now when
reform.
you talk about tax reforms, okay. Sorry.
Okay, my question is this. how has the reforms that we have in Nigeria, tax reforms, impacted the ease of doing business and investment climate in Nigeria? Are there some adjustments that can be made?
Okay, now talking about tax reforms, okay? Tax reforms refers to a method of changing the way taxes are collected and managed by the government. That's just what simply said, that's what tax reforms are. And looking at what we have presently in Nigeria, I think we have done well in terms of our tax reforms, and it has impacted positively on tax collection and investment. Now, the FIRS have gone a notch higher by the introduction of the Tax Pro Max, which makes the filing of tax returns very easy. You can do it from the cost that comes with filing of your tax returns and the stress that comes with filling very lengthy forms have been reduced. Now, digitalization of tax collection also has reduced the incidence of corruption. Now, I'm using the word corruption advisedly in the sense that sometimes you want to file your tax returns, and before you get audience, you need to give a number of kickbacks before you get your files moved. You have to settle this person, settle that person to move forward because you want to beat the penalty. Now, all of those ones have been cut out. So the investor who wants to come into Nigeria knows that when I need to file my taxes, I can sit in the comfort of my room, assess myself to tax, which is the first responsibility of every business owner, self-assessment to tax, and make the payment. If there is any issues, you'll be communicated electronically. So that has in itself increased tax compliance in Nigeria. Then secondly, we also have a situation where with the present administration now, the ease of business is so fantastic with the tax reforms we are having. For instance, very recently by an executive order, the president has suspended VAT on diesel. So you discover that the cost of running your organization on electricity, especially when you are self-powering yourself, has reduced. For those who want to invest in CNG, VAT and import duties have already been taken off CNG kits. This is to encourage investments. So to my mind, we are doing well in terms of our tax reforms. There is a room to do better, but we are not doing badly at all. And I see that culminating in prosperity for the nation going forward.
I would like you to guide us on the provision of the law when it comes to the issue of double or multiple taxation. What's the position of the law, and then how can a business owner take advantage of that provision to seek justice when it comes to the issue of double or multiple taxation?
Okay. Double taxation and multiple taxation are two different concepts in law. Now, double taxation is you paying the same tax on the same item. Now, take for instance, and at some point, the Lagos state government introduced sales tax, and there is also VAT, which is at that, in the strict sense of it, as double taxation. Okay, taxation. Another example of is when we are agitating now that each state their own VAT. All right. Sorry, excuse me, please. Just a minute, please.
You know, Blessing, let's take this discussion. So, all right, you see, the issue of double taxation has been of concern over the years. You have a situation where, like what it's trying to explain, you pay for a particular thing, you know, not just once, but twice. In fact, at some instances, you pay to different agencies. And one of the things identified by Taiwo Oyedele, you know, when he came on board was the issue of double taxation and the fact that the laws guiding our taxes are not being harmonized. You have different laws, like he alluded to, whereby even as a legal practitioner, you need to sit down and read and do a lot of research for you to be able to harmonize this law. These are part of the things that committee, you know, is working on to ensure that the laws guiding tax collection in Nigeria, you know, are being harmonized so that it brings transparency and accountability. So it's also of concern to business owners because you have a situation where you're paying more for something and you are not enjoying the services, which is why most people, you know, evade tax, even though it's not ideal. But these are things that need to be plugged and ensure that they are tackled to ensure people who are willing to pay tax and to encourage them in this obligation, because as a citizen we must understand we need to do our part for the government to be able to do their part. It's necessary.
Yes, and in the government doing its part, you know, I asked earlier about the impact of the tax reforms on the ease of doing business. Now, those are some of the areas that need to be addressed. Double taxation, for instance, you pay one kind of, or the same kind of tax to different tiers of government. It could be to the federal and then to the state, but it's the same thing mainly that you're paying from one business. And then there's also multiple taxation. You're paying tax in different areas. By the time the business puts together all that goes out in the form of tax, they find one reason or the other to want to evade tax. Not as if it's justifiable, but given economic situation and all other things that they need to attend to financially, some companies may find the need to want to evade tax. But harmonizing it will make it easier for businesses to comply with tax payment, and it will also improve the business environment, because while government wants to generate revenue, there's a need to have a balance, to create a balance in achieving a business-friendly environment, because you do not want to stifle the businesses. If you stifle them, it then means the tax you're asking that they pay, that business will not be there to provide it. So it's about expanding the net rather than increasing the taxes, which sometimes the double taxation and the multiple taxation create different layers, and it just amounts to an increased tax payment.
In fact, I would love to seek Beniz's opinion, because I would love a situation where a business owner would test the law, especially on this issue of double taxation.
All right.
Ebenezer, glad to have you join us once again.
So sorry for that glitch. Is some office miscommunication. So sorry about that.
No problem. So you wanted to conclude your thought on the issue of double taxation, the provision of the law. Like I said, I would love a business owner to test the law, and I want you to guide that business owner.
Okay, so talking about double taxation, like I said, double taxation has been declared illegal severally. That is what came up when the courts made it emphatic that sales tax is not known to our laws and it is null and void and should not be collected. That has been tested. I mean, the hotel management, the Hotel Association of Lagos State, I think, have tested that, and the courts have agreed with them. So it is there's no gainsaying the fact that double taxation is illegal, and the courts always frown at it. Now, the issue of taxation itself is a situation where you have a business owner pay years of taxes so that and that's why we are now advocating and agitating for the harmonization of our taxes. For a business owner who feels he's being double taxed on an item, there are lawyers who are learned in the issue of taxation. Approach one, pay the necessary consultation fees, give your brief, and I'm sure we will do justice to it. We are on the side of protecting the rights of citizens, and we will stop at nothing to ensure that that is done. We want to develop our tax jurisprudence, and that is why the courts are there to help us ensure that the tax jurisprudence is developed on a daily basis. And a good example of that is what you see with the value-added tax that I told you is already before the courts. The Sales Tax Act have been brought down because it was seen as a form of double taxation alongside VAT. There were some other taxes that were from state governments that is cut down because it conflicts with some income taxes, yes, have been brought down because it conflicts with the personal income tax. So I say that they will do justice. So we are readily available. Bring your brief. We advise you accordingly. We approach the court where we feel that your rights are being infringed or you are being doubly taxed. And I'm sure we get an informed decision of the court on the way to go. Thank you very much.
All right, let's talk about taxing Nigeria into prosperity. You have a colloquium upcoming 25th of October in Abuja, and it's going to center on the Finance Act and tax policies. Can you talk to us more about that?
Okay, thank you very much. Now, this colloquium has come to stay, and it was born out of the desire to develop our tax jurisprudence, like I told you. This will be the 6th edition in the series that we have done. We started in 2018, and it started as Tax Matters Seminar. We have been able to navigate certain issues around our tax jurisprudence. We have navigated and advised states on what to do to upscale their taxation, their tax generation and revenue generation as a whole. Some of the loopholes they need to block to seal up the leakages in taxes. And this year, looking at the body language of the present administration, we have seen the political will to upscale tax revenue generation without unnecessarily burdening the businesses that are available. So this colloquium has come at a time like this to look at practical steps that we can take as a nation to prosper via taxation without, like they say, tightening our belt unnecessarily. One of the things that we want to focus on is the taxation of the sports industry. And we have a very wonderful expert in sports law who is going to take that session. There is a lot of revenue generated in the sports space that, if properly harnessed and the proper legal framework is put in place for the taxation of that space, we don't need to increase our tax rates like has been advocated before by my previous speakers and even by you guys in the hall, in the studio there. We just want to widen our tax nets. And if you look at the sports space, there are enormous and humongous opportunity to generate revenue via taxation that the government is looking away from. So that's one of the things we're going to look at in this particular colloquium.
All right, can you talk to us about the mode of participation? Is it open to virtual participation, or you have to be in Abuja physically to be a part of this? And where is it holding?
Oh, it's open to everyone to participate. We are working on having it virtually streamed on YouTube, on Facebook, and we are working on that very soon. Send out the link to participate and on.
Very much, Ebenezer Olorunju, for your time with us today on Early Exchange. Be sure that we will give you more information as to how you can be part of this colloquium. I am very sure that business owners and even state governments and local governments, other tiers of government ministries want to be part of this colloquium to know how they can improve the tax opportunities that they have in their states, in the local government, and in their sectors, and also how they can benefit as businesses. That's been the show today. Thank you very much for your time with us. Early Exchange will come your way again tomorrow at 7 a.m. West African time. Do not forget that Business Insight comes up on Sook News at 10 a.m. I am Blessing Aichi from Femi.
Today is World Food Day, so I'm going to leave you with this word: make food your medicine, so that medicine will not be your food. I'm Femi Ayodele. Bye for now.
So I've codified the relationship between transformation and its component forces, being vision, team, time, resources, and resolve, in what I call the Austin's 5 forces model for transformation. Transformation depends on force number 1, vision. A great vision is imperative to a successful transformation journey. A great vision galvanizes the team and provides clarity. So if we take an example of Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore, he was the one that turned Singapore, a third world country, into a sprawling metropolis that we see today. And he's saying that even the impossible can happen, encapsulate the strength of vision. Clear vision is a rallying point. And that brings us to the second force of transformation, which is the team. Successful transformation depends on a team that is both strong in attitude as well as in aptitude. The team must act with pace and agility, and the team must display a sense of resourcefulness. The team must know the why of the vision, not just the what and the how. And if you look at an example of the Apollo program by NASA in the United States of America and the trip to the moon, there were about 400,000 people working on that project. But what typifies the team was the 3 people, Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, and Buzz Aldrin, and the resourcefulness and the agility that they brought to the project. That's what we describe as a winning team. The third force of transformation is time. The whole effort of the Apollo project would have been futile if the Soviet Union had gotten to the moon before the Apollo project could make it. So time is one of the critical constraints in terms of the transformation project, but timeliness as well, because we must be sure that the ideas' time has come. There were many ideas that fell short at launch because it was just not the time for it. Netflix has proved the point. Amazon has proved the point. The fourth force in the transformation journey will be resources. And whilst resources are not infinite, we have to provide resources in the right measure to prosecute the vision. So the Apollo project was achieved by spending over 25.4 billion in those days money, which is an equivalent of about 152 billion of today's money. And whilst that is quite humongous, it matches the size and ambition of the vision. And whilst resources are not infinite, the team has to complement resources with resourcefulness, doing more with less. And the last force, probably the most important, is resolve. Resolve is the will to win. Resolve it is that made Thomas Edison discover the electric light bulb after 6,000 failed attempts. And it is resolve that made an obscure team like Leicester City in the English Premiership League win the 215th, 216th league title, despite the fact that they were recently promoted from the division below. The tenacity to win, the will not to give up, to go all the way. So, ladies and gentlemen, in this life going forward, in your transformation journey, see how you stack up against these 5 forces.
Welcome to Early Exchange with Femi Ayodele, Sam Oruoje, and Idahosa Osamanze.
Sustain that industry. So if government does not have much money, they should find an enabling environment.
Now, what are these issues? The petrol is still imported because local refineries are not working.
Does it stop at giving a directive? What should be done to ensure that this is done?
One of the factors being identified by our key persons is the issue of transportation. For you to have a sustainable city, you must have a deliberate attempt to have a master plan.
This is Early Exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Good morning and welcome to Early Exchange, where we talk about everything that has to do with business, finance, national issues, and the economy. I am Femi Ayodele. As you know, that Early Exchange is all about shaping policy and advancing development. With our conversation today, we'll be looking at effective communication in the workplace, what you need to do as an employee or as an employer to ensure that you have effective communication in the workplace. These are more other things we'll be looking at today. And as you spend the next 3 hours with us, we are set to give you the best of programming to make your day remarkable and memorable. Let's go on this short break, and when we return, we'll kick off. Stay with us.
Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue, called the Three Wise Men, by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs, clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists, are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the eco-greeting tradition. The three wise men, Arometa, Suk, Enlightenment. Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, Suk Enlightenment.
factors being identified by our key persons is the issue of transportation. For you to have a sustainable city, you must have a deliberate attempt to have a master plan.
This is early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, it's still early exchange, and like I always say, early exchange will always get bigger and better. And that's why we'll be looking at effective communication in the workplace. As an employer or as an employee, what do you need to know when it comes to effective communication? What translates to effective communication? To shed more light on these and to fleshing up this discussion, we're being joined by Sam Horuiji, who is the Director of Research, Femi Watch Media Limited. Sam, glad to have you join us once again.
Good morning, Femi. Thank you for having me. Good morning, Blessing.
Good morning, sir.
All right. We're looking at effective communication in the workplace. I would like you to talk to us, educate us on what makes it effective or get effective communication in the workplace. What should it look like and what makes it effective?
All right, thank you very much indeed, Femi. First, let's put communication into perspective. Everybody communicates, but not everybody communicates effectively. So there are certain elements in the communication interface that are very critical, whether internal communication, communication within the organization, and the external communication and what goes out in terms of communication from the company to the outside environment. So essentially, number one, critically, good communication boosts staff morale. So what you need to do, number one, is empathy. When you communicate, to what extent are you able to put your communication, taking cognizance of the view of the other person, so that when you raise issues, there's an empathy between the employer and the employee, the interface in terms of what you communicate. Number two, what is the tone of the communication, whether it's verbal, non-verbal. These are very critical. So you may say something and you mean a different thing. And these are the critical elements. Third one, which is very essential, is called active listening. Most times, people don't listen. They just assume that you are saying something which means different meanings. So active listening is one of the key components for effective communication. Maybe as we progress the discussion, then some other issues will be raised.
Okay, you've talked about some forms of communication, but how are this done? How should people communicate within a corporate environment? I recall that you made mention of the tone. So how do you communicate effectively in a corporate environment? Because people talk, people make communications, but like you said, sometimes it's not effective. How do you ensure that it's effective? Are there rules to it?
If I get you correctly, are you talking about the interface or the means or the types of communication that is expected in the workplace? I'm
talking about the means. How do you communicate among colleagues, within the environment? How do you ensure that the communication is effective? Okay,
the common one is the internal memorandum that is simply called a memo, which tend to communicate either top, down, down up on particular issues from different unit, department, divisions of the company to communicate an idea or a particular policy statement of the organization. So you use internal memorandum, but technology has equally changed that space, where you now have interface in terms of email, or you have an intra-office communication where you use the internet as the basis of communicating with colleagues, top management down to middle management down to the shop floor. That's another process. Then you raise issues. You're able to escalate issues to top management from bottom up. Then top management down. They're able to feel the way that whatever they want to communicate, it gets to the staff appropriately. So you have in-house letters that you can use. You have notice board. These are all means of communication. But technology has changed that space tremendously. So technology is more driver in the way we communicate. Email interface has become more common in the workplace.
All right. I saw a report, which states the implication of ineffective workplace communication in the U.S. cost businesses $1.2 trillion annually. I know we don't have data or statistics to support that of Nigeria, but that of the U.S. is costing about $1.2 trillion annually when it comes to effective communication in the workplace. Talk to us. What could be the impact of ineffective communication in the workplace?
Once you are not able to communicate appropriately, it affects productivity, the morals of the staff that you work for. So it's a critical element of managing the employee-employer relationship, particularly from the point of view of communication. And communication is central to the bottom line as well. So the way you communicate is tangential and very critical in the way that you get productivity from the staff. So if you don't communicate effectively, and I use the concept of tone and the way you frame your communication, they may have positive or negative impact on the workforce.
Let me add this to it. How do you get communication? How do you get it right when you are having people from different backgrounds, people from different culture, they have different mindset, different beliefs, coming with different motives? How do you achieve effective communication in a group like that when you have this crop of people coming together in the workplace?
I think it starts from policy. You have what you call employee communication policy. Once that policy framework is put in place, people are guided appropriately on the way they communicate from bottom up, the way people communicate top down. But essentially, the tone of the communication is essentially the way top management communicates. So it's a prerogative of the top management to put a good communication policy in place which can enhance productivity and employee morale. And that internal communication interface will equally affect the way you communicate with the external. So if you don't have a proper training of the way you communicate your ideas about the business, then it will equally have negative impact in the way you send external letters to your client outside.
So what could be some of the challenges to effective communication within the workplace?
There's what we call channel noise in communication generally between the sender and the receiver. So the challenge is how do you clear those channel noise? And this has to do with ideas, knowledge, then the simple way in terms of verbal, which is very critical, then the non-verbal cue must be taken into cognizance as well. So when you're able to have a robust communication policy in place, this will help the company to communicate in the right direction.
Let's look at this issue of employer-employee kind of relationship. What kind of relationship should an employer, have with the employee, or the other way, vice versa? What kind of relationship should it be? Just strictly official, or semi-official, or hybrid? If something like that exists, you combine both. What kind of relationship?
No, I think that has to do with the way people relate within the office. You have what you call formal and informal communication. There must be a blend of relationship in terms of formal communication and informal communication. It's important that you must be friendly in the workplace. When you have a good rapport, it helps in the way you communicate as well, and it builds trust among employees. So in terms of sapiential relationship, that's people at the same level, okay, top, bottom, but again, you must equally set boundaries in the way you communicate so that people don't abuse that rapport that you create, so that people don't think that because you're friendly, then when you want to communicate officially, then you lower the standard. That is not the case. Somebody can be your friend, but once there's an infraction in terms of certain elements of communication in the place, you need to make those calls.
So when there are infractions or when there are conflicts, how do companies or how should a corporate organization address communication breakdown?
There's a policy regime, particularly from the employee handbook, the way you communicate stated there, but then when there's a infraction, there's a grievance handling procedure in the workplace, then you need to exploit those grievances procedure so that you can exhaust any means. So if you are okay, then the management will let you go, but if there are infraction into the process, then some of that things in terms of query is done, and that again is a means of communication as well when you have an infraction into the workplace behavior when you don't communicate in certain right manner.
What do you make of a development where you keep communicating to, let's say, a colleague or a team member? You keep communicating. I would like you to share your experience in this. Like, you keep communicating, but you're not getting results. So from your own hand, you've done your own deal by, passing the instruction or the directive. You've communicated, but the receiver hasn't gotten the message. What do you do in that instance?
I think there's a challenge in terms of directive management when you communicate from bottom up or even among colleagues. There's a new a management philosophy that you call coaching, mentoring, and counseling, simply called employee counseling. These are the arena in which you're able to coach people in order that you can put some of your experience, some of your knowledge, experiential knowledge in place so that you're able to move the company in the right direction. So there are issues with communication, but then as a coaching manager or as a counseling manager or a mentoring manager, this become imperative that you need to coach your employee in a way that they understand communication or even other workplace rules and regulation. I think that to a very large extent will help.
Okay, let's look at communicating not just among colleagues or from employer to employee. What about customers? What are the best practices of effective communication to stakeholders within the workplace?
All right, I think in terms of communication generally, you need to have some element of emotional intelligence as well, which involve you trying to become very proactive in terms of how you know yourself as an individual or as an organization. Then you need to regulate yourself in terms of the negative impulses, in terms of the way you respond to the external customer, as the case may be, or client. Then two, you need to show some empathy, which I addressed earlier. Then you need high level of motivation, then interpersonal skills in terms of the way you communicate with the people. So social skills essentially are very uppermost in terms of the way you communicate with the customer. And there's this argument that everybody is a customer, so how do you want to be treated? Same way you communicate with your client or customer.
Okay, but talking about interpersonal skill, how does a person's personality impact their ability to communicate?
Yes, you have individual differences from the perspective of social psychology, but what is key is that these skills are trainable and transferable skills. So people may have some psychological differences, but then what is important is that to what extent do people you work with impact you positively by the kind of social skills they have, and they're able to translate that kind of rapport that we talk about, that type of empathy that we talked about, will enhance the way people relate among themselves. And therefore, you need some competence is social skill. And one of the social skills we just mentioned earlier was interpersonal skill. So you need to hone that interpersonal skill so that there's a good relationship between colleagues, and that we effectively assist them in the way they communicate, and they can communicate in a positive way.
I would like you to also educate us on the ideal ways or the professional proper ways to handle crisis, that arise when it comes to the issue of communication in the workplace. What are the ideal ways to handle that kind of crisis? Should you mediate? And if you're going to do mediation, how do you go about it? What kind of intervention is necessary in the workplace to handle crisis related to communication?
Conflict is inevitable, as they always say. People will always have conflict via communication. But what is key is that to what extent can you resolve those crises? And a little while ago, I talked about coaching, employee counseling. They become handy in terms of how you can resolve crisis, internal communication crisis in particular. But then, what is essential is you need to temper the way you communicate among yourself. You need to use civil language. You need to have mutual respect. These are key driver of effective communication in the workplace. So that is critical in terms of how you can resolve crisis communication, particularly internal communication conflicts in the workplace. Then the policy statement in terms of grievances handling, when there's an infraction into improper behavior, then those grievances will be able to resolve some of those issues.
Let's look at one type of communication sometimes that is very difficult to either handle or even deliver, and that's feedback. Now, feedback, how do you constructively give feedback? Whether feedback about an employee's performance or even a colleague's performance, and how do you handle feedback, maybe from a customer, or you have been the one who is receiving the feedback from your employer or from your colleagues? How do you handle and how do you deliver feedback?
I think for feedback mechanism in terms of internal communication in the first instance is mutual respect. So once there's the mutuality in terms of the way you relate with one another, that become easy to manage. But again, like I said, conflict is always inevitable. Sometimes when you communicate, people do not do active listening. So there's a misconception in terms of what you are communicating. So it's a responsibility of managers, as it were, to communicate in clear and a concise manner so that people understand what you're saying. On the other hand, if it's coming from the customer from outside, you have what you call irate customer, difficult customer, then you must be personable as a person in terms of the way you react to communication. You listen attentively, you acknowledge whatever challenge, whatever communication challenge. Once you're able to acknowledge, then you're able to deal with that issue more meaningfully without being reactive. So more often than not, you need to be proactive. And then again, the subject of emotional intelligence become very handy when you are dealing with the external client, particularly from the perspective of external communication.
How do we encourage people to do active listening? You observe that most of the time, even when people listen, they listen to look for lines to button into your communication or even talk. The issue of active listening is a challenge. How do we encourage and make it a culture here, not just the workplace, but as a people?
I think earlier I talked about what they call channel noise. That is inevitable. But what is important is to what extent do you even understand communication as a major challenge or a major interface between one person and the other. So the only way we can deal with that challenge is to hone the skill of active listening. And this is a trainable skills. There are parameters we should use to train people in terms of how they can pay attention and how they can distill a certain language based on the tone of the communication, the verbal, the written word. once you're able to have that kind of deeper insight into the inner voice of that who is communicating with you, then that can be reduced minimally. So it's a transferable skill, it's a trainable skill. So active listening is a very essential element in terms of communication skill.
Now, I understand that a lot of organizations have their communication channel. How can an organization measure the effectiveness of their communication methods?
There are parameters in place. Those parameters in terms of how do you measure the communication interface, and we talked about various types of communication in terms of internal memo, in terms of newsletters, all kinds of communication interface. So you put basic parameter, benchmark, in terms of how you measure those things which are scientifically driven. So once you put, there are even Google Forms that can even help you to address those issues. So it depends on what you are measuring in terms of to what extent people are able to cascade message, to what extent are people able to escalate issues to management, and to what extent do we respect the kind of feedback mechanism that you mentioned earlier. This can be measured scientifically, and that will help to improve on the communication interface among employees, between management and employees, then improve on the interface with the external communication, as it were.
You know, when you have a group of persons, you're likely going to have powerful communicators and the weak ones, maybe due to their temperament or persona. How do you handle weak communicators, maybe in a team, and for you not to have crisis in a workplace?
It's essentially coaching and mentoring and counseling, employee counseling in terms of communication counseling. So you need to bring people to speed. And mind you, our roles as employer or managers is reform people. So your idea in the workplace is to bring people to speed through coaching in a way that they can experientially learn from your own effective communication skills that you have honed over the years. So you pass that one down. That will now improve, particularly for those who are weak in communication. So again, in-house training, you need to put people into the classroom from time to time, and you put them through communication skills to enhance the way they communicate in the workplace, and even the way they communicate with the outside.
So what benefit does effective communication bring to the organization?
Essentially, it's about high morale, and once there's effective communication, you can get the productivity that you demand from the employee. So it's a win-win situation.
All right, we'll take a breather now. When we return, we will dovetail into the second segment of our discussion. Stay with us.
In today's rapidly evolving work posture, cultivating a workplace that thrives on effective communication and embraces inclusivity is crucial for success. Effective communication serves as the lifeblood of any productive workplace. It involves the ability to listen attentively, articulate thoughts clearly, understand and respect diverse viewpoints. When communication flows openly and transparently, it fosters teamwork, reduces conflicts, enhances productivity, and nurtures trust among team members. Both employers and employees stand to benefit from honing their communication skills and utilizing a variety of communication channels to ensure a shared understanding of goals and expectations. Each company's value and mission statement is a major part that significantly shapes the culture within every organization. This statement sets the ethical and behavioral expectations for employees, guiding them in decision-making and interactions. When these values resonate with employees and are consistently upheld, they form the foundation of a positive and inclusive work environment. Employees feel a sense of alignment with the company's vision, which in turn boosts motivation and commitment to achieving organizational goals. Enhancing ethnic diversity and promoting inclusion within the workplace is crucial for fostering a rich and vibrant organizational culture. When companies embrace individuals from various backgrounds and ethnicities, they unlock a wealth of perspectives, ideas, and experiences. This diversity sparks creativity, drives innovation, and enriches problem-solving capacities within the organization. Also, it creates a sense of belonging and encourages collaboration, leading to a more cohesive and successful work environment. Language is a fundamental aspect of any culture, and by recognizing and preserving indigenous languages, workplaces can show their commitment to valuing the unique identities and contributions of all employees. Hence, promoting and developing indigenous languages is an essential step towards honoring the cultural heritage and diversity present within a workplace. This initiative contributes to a more inclusive atmosphere, promoting unity and understanding among the workforce, and fostering a deeper appreciation for diverse cultures within an organization. Grace Komolafe, Souk News.
Factors being identified by our key persons is the issue of transportation. For you to have a sustainable city, you must have a deliberate attempt to have a master plan.
This is early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Thank you, Grace Kumulafe, for that report on workspace dynamics. We've been talking about effective communication in the workplace. Now let's get into another aspect of the conversation with the company's values and mission statement, how it influences the company, the workplace culture. When you get into a corporate organization, a lot of times you will find at the reception a statement or a kind of sign that has the company's vision, also has the company's value and the mission statement. So that gives you an idea about the company's mission, what they intend to do. It gives you an idea into their values, the virtues that they try to uphold. And for a staff, at the onboarding process, it is assumed that every organization lets their employees into what they value, into the mission statement. It's beyond what you just see at the reception. They tell you this is our value, this is our mission, and so you need to abide by that. How does that now form the culture around that workplace is what we want to discuss. And Sam Oruje, he's still very much in the studio. He is Director, Research Policy and Development, Femi Wash Limited, the owners of Souk News and Wash Radio. All right, so let's look at workplace culture. We talked about values and mission statements, how it could form a culture. So how does it leave something you find on the wall or at the reception when you get into a corporate organization to a culture that people live by in the workspace?
Okay, thank you very much, Blessing. I think value shape culture, but there's a challenge in our climb where you're not able to align the corporate vision mission and the core values in terms of what you see and cross, particularly at the reception of the company. Do people really live those value propositions? I think that would be where we need to espouse this discussion further. To what extent do people align with the vision, mission, and the core values of those companies? To what extent do this one shape the culture of the organization? There's a big disconnect in terms of value proposition and the way people actually, the kind of culture that you see in some workplaces. There's a disconnect between the values and the culture that they exhibit, even internally and to the external. For example, people will talk about honesty as a core value of a particular organization, and that same company will be doing under-the-table transaction. Is a disconnect between the value proposition in terms of honesty. So if your value proposition is honesty, then issues of under-the-table transaction should not occur. And you know what I mean by under-the-table transaction. That means corruption. You say your value is honesty. So you should espouse everything that is honesty. You talk about respect. Do you respect people? Do you respect your customer? So these are the core issues that we need to expound as we progress the conversation.
I would like you to talk to us about some of the factors that determine the core values of a company or organization. Is it you see some people, they just do copy and paste from somewhere? What should determine if a company needs to come up with these core values, a corporate culture? What should determine, what should influence this?
More often than not, I think the vision, missions, they come from the visionary. That's the business owner or the founder of a business. So he has certain critical milestones of how he sees his or her business, and these are his vision. Then the core values are crafted from that vision. So, but then those values are supposed to form the culture of the organization. And like I mentioned earlier, more often than not, if I use your word, is cut and paste to some people. So that value supposed to be a critical arena where everything you talk about in your core value reflect in the culture of the staff. If you're talking about honesty, staff must be honest. If you're talking about mutual respect, respect must be there. Whatever value proposition that you espouse in the marketplace, so to speak, then you must live. That culture must drive that kind. If you say professionalism, to what extent are you professional in what you do? So if you say customer service, customer delight, to what extent do you put those values? Does the employees espouse those values when they interact with the customer? I think these are the critical issues. So, but the culture, in terms of organizations that are driven by excellence, those cultures are like a DNA of that organization. You can see that in the staff. So you walk into a reception of a company. You can always determine the culture, even from the front office, the way you are attended to, even the communication of the front desk person will show whether those core values that are dotted around the workplace really represent the culture of the organization.
Okay. You just talked about you visiting a reception or getting to a reception, and you're checking the conduct of the front desk person, and you're trying to place that or juxtapose that with the company's value, the company's mission statement, if they actually do align. Why is it that sometimes the behavior of the employees or what you find from an organization does not reflect the value or the mission statement of the organization? Is it because sometimes it's not concise and clear enough, or there are no laid down structures to enable it become a reality? Let's take, for instance, Google's mission. Now, I'm not supposed to mention the name, but I just want it to be clear for all of us to see this example. Now, Google's mission statement is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. Now, Google's value includes focus on the user, and it says all else will follow. If you even go by the mission statement to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful, that you could find from the service that they deliver. Take it now to other organizations. You find sometimes very lengthy, fully worded mission statement. But when it comes to what they deliver, you just cannot wrap it around and say, yes, you actually deliver on your mission statement. You come to the core values. You don't find the staff exemplify what the company says they believe in. Again, is it that it is not concise and clear enough, or the structure to enable it to become a reality and not also set in place to bring the print into reality?
Yeah, I think there's a challenge when you deal with the issues of culture in terms of core value. Number one, is the top management that drives a sustainable culture in the workplace. So once those cultures are lowered from top management, then it reflects directly into the lower distance. But what is key, you need the structure and you need the enablers in terms of the company policy. When you don't lower your standard in terms of your core values, you must live your core values. Once you are not able to live your core value, then there's a disconnect between your proposition and the way you actually live those things. So it builds on the companies to live their value, and they must put a structure in place to live those values. So how do you drive and sustain those values? I think that's a critical question here. Number one is to see that you drive excellence as a basis of the way you deal with issues in the organization. So if your values are honesty, once somebody has an infraction into that, then it goes through the grievance process, and once it's established that there's an infraction, then you let the person go. So every other person will shape up. So in terms of practice, you need people who are holder in the office, what you might call champion in the office, that live these practices that you have already put in place as value. But then the challenge is, number one, how are people recruited? They go through the process. What are the strategy documents in terms of behavior? What are in the employee handbook? Are people unbonded effectively in line? Are people trained on the culture of the organization? Do they understand the vision and the mission? So once you have that kind of clarity, then you'll be able to marry, you'll be able to align those values with the culture in the workplace. But essentially, it's a major problem in our environment where there's a faulty recruitment, where there are issues between owners, business owners, management. You have a recalcitrant employee to a large extent who don't want to shape up in terms of the value. But what is important is that once you put those values in place, you must live those values, you must act those values, and then when people don't fall in line, you need to do the needful.
For those who are still having this confusion about the difference between vision and mission and the relationship between both, I would like you to educate them on what vision should look like, and then the differences, and then the interaction between having a vision and then mission statement.
Okay, vision is just the way somebody has seen the way he wants to run a business or an enterprise. So it's not only in business, even non-business entity, non-governmental organization equally have their vision. I think mission simply is how we want to sustain that vision, how you want to get to where you promise to be. So if you want to be one of the top 10 service provider, how will you get to be 10 of those top providers? And the core value are what exemplify the company in terms of how they will live their vision and mission to get to where they want to be.
So how can companies use their values and mission statements to attract and even retain clients?
No, once you practice what you say, if, for example, you're dealing with a customer and their issues in terms of customer feedback, their issues, you're able to do damage control appropriately in line with your value proposition, and you're able to sustain them over a period of time, then you continually remain in the business place.
Okay, let me ask, will there be a situation that will arise for you to review the mission statement? Is it still possible? Or let's even assume you might not need to review your vision because that's the picture of where you want your company to be. But are there instances that will give room for you to review your mission statement?
Yeah, there's no document that is cast in stone when it talks about corporate vision, corporate mission, corporate core values. They are strategic documents, and every document can be reviewed based on current reality. And you can even go into another business line and you need to rework even your vision to accommodate the new reality. So it's possible that you can review that in line with your current reality. So from time to time, so you can do what they call rebranding to reposition the business in the marketplace. So you have opportunity to rebrand. So it's not cast in stone.
How do you ensure that an employee or employees take a mission statement, they create this sense of belonging? They don't see that as something that belongs to the managers or the owners of the company, but they see, to be part of their corporate responsibility to work with the mission statement. How do you ensure that they imbibe, the culture of what the mission statement is all about?
First, during the onboarding process, that must be properly put in perspective when people are coming into the company. Two, there must be a deliberate effort on part of management to constantly remind people of the core values of the business. So you need to do training, retraining. So like the concept, people need to unlearn and relearn some of those things constantly to be in line with the company's vision.
Are there certain values and mission statements of an organization that can boost the morale of its employees and even bring about engagement? Now, what would they look like, or what should they center on, the kind of value of an organization that will even boost the morale of the employee? Values and mission statement, because sometimes it's about the business, so the employee just have to key in because they work there. But are there some that could actually have that effect?
Yeah, employee engagement essentially is driven by open communication. Once a management operates an open communication, that will enhance employee engagement, and those value in terms of what the organization has put in place must be sustained. Management must live those values, employees must live those values. To that extent, it will help to improve on employee engagement and constant communication interface in terms of communicating the organization value, the mission from time to time, and stay focused on the strategic mission of the company. And that focus will provide that and sustain employee engagement over time.
How should you handle employees who do not, who are in variance with the vision or mission of the company? They seem to find themselves in a strange environment. Their lifestyle, their beliefs do not resonate with the vision and mission statement of the company or the organization. How do you handle people that, you even have people like that, they've been in that company for years, but they seem not to be in alliance with the vision or mission of such organizations? How do you handle that?
Well, I think the grievances handling procedure, employee grievances handling policy or procedure, we take care of that. And again, this is a responsibility of top management. Once people don't even live the values of the organization, I think in the final analysis, is a business. Even in charity, there's no charity in terms of how you engage the employee. So once employee can't really live the values, then it's the responsibility of management to do the needful.
So how can organizations use their values and mission statement to address social and even environmental challenges?
All right, in terms of corporate social responsibility, it may not be encrusted in terms of the vision, mission, or core value, but as a corporate responsible citizen, companies from time to time give back to society, what the American call corporate philanthropy. So it's in line to have a good reputation in the marketplace, but then even corporate social responsibility has taken a new dimension. Even when you make profit, are you responsible with your profit? What are the core issues with the environment? These are the ongoing conversations. So it's imperative that organizations in line with their culture must find a way to envision and enlarge corporate philanthropy, corporate citizenship in a way that they give back to society so that their reputation in the marketplace become more sustainable. And then it must be in line with the current reality in terms of what you give. Are you just giving for giving's sake? What are the impacts? To what extent do they impact on the host community and the citizens at large?
Talk to us about some of the internal mechanism an organization should put in place for employees to understand properly, and effectively the mission statement, the vision, and then to ensure that they are also being implemented.
Onboarding, number one. Number two, training and retraining. Then employee engagement. Then open communication. Companies should be able to communicate their ideas, their initiatives, their policies from time to time, so that this will help in a way to drive that vision.
All right, we talked about effective communication before we began the discussion on companies' values and mission statement. Now, I've heard about some organizations and even seen some organizations that it is not just about those who are in the office who are aware of the company's value and mission statement. Everyone seems to be on board and in agreement with the company's mission and value. They can actually tell you what the company believes in. What kind of communication would ensure that happens or will make that happen?
Simply open communication, open communication. And that's essentially what it is that can drive those processes from time to time. Once your communications are open, then employees become more engaged. Then once employees are engaged, it will impact. Once the internal customer are well served, then it will impact positively on the external customer. So, like I said earlier, it's a win-win situation once an open communication in place. You don't have ambiguity in how you communicate in the workplace.
For mission statement, how can an organization measure the level of success or failure?
Well, you have people who are into branding, who do what you call brand measurement. They are in the best place to do those kind of evaluation. But then if it's a well-structured environment where you have a full-fledged marketing and sales department, you might have a department who is able to address that, measure. So the indicators of what you measure is determined by top management. So once employee communications are open, these issues can be addressed more meaningfully.
No, for businesses, there's what is called feasibility study. For any business that you want to engage in, you conduct a feasibility study. Do you think that such is also required for mission statements? So it doesn't seem like a company is taking on a shoe that is too big for them. You're carving out mission statement that's given your internal operations, your business strategy, it's going to be very difficult for you to leave it.
No, I think in this regard, a feasibility study is just one element, but I think you're speaking to, in my view, a business plan. So if you have a business plan for people to be interested, or even for investor to be, every business strategy document in terms of your vision, mission, core values are equally put into that business plan, because that again will help would-be investors, even banks, to look at how the business is crafted, the kind of business philosophy, and that will guide in terms of the relationship they want to do with that company. So a feasibility study, yes, good, but then a business plan, we enunciate this vision, mission, and core value, even the target market they want to serve, and how they want to do the business over a period of time. Then the strategic focus of the company and the strategic program, most likely minimum of 3 to 5 years, is put in place so that people can assess the company more meaningfully in terms of the kind of relationship they want to have with the company.
Recently, I had an interaction with an employer who talked about the challenge of having people who have spent years in the company and then you're bringing them on board. You seem to have this, if I may use the word, carryover of the core value of the previous company to the new ones. And then there's also this tussle between what they are used to and what should be the new core value they should comply with. For that kind of employer, what's your advice to them?
I think, simply put, like we mentioned earlier, the onboarding process is very critical, where you can win people of the mindset that they are bringing from their previous employment to the new employment. So, and the onboarding process, you need to do what they call mind shift in a way that you're able to redirect the employee's mind into the new environment, and they begin to shape into that new environment. So that culture is something that can be transferred through a deliberate and rigorous employee engagement training, retraining, so that you're able to win them, just like the way you win a baby from breast milk into semi-solid to actual solid. So that kind of metaphor speaks to the way you can find a way to take those garbage, if I may use that word advisedly, of new employee into a new environment where culture and performance and excellence is the main determinant of that workplace.
After onboarding process and this belief that, oh, they know now what the company value and mission statements are, what are some of the challenges that an organization can be faced with that hinders the implementation of the values and even mission statement?
Sometimes if you want to do what they call mind shift, it takes some time. So it behoves on management sometimes that people have imbibed certain culture. So you need to find a way to redirect them to the new culture through deliberate training, through deliberate experiential behavior from the current employees, so that people can pick new values, new culture, in a way that they can forego the previous behavior. But from the perspective of social psychology, it's always very difficult to do what you call mind modification. But then essentially role modeling is key in terms of how you can bring change to people's behavior in the workplace.
All right, with your submission on that note, we have to wrap up this discussion, and we want to thank you, Sam Oruje, for spending time with us and for sharing your thoughts on early extinct this morning.
My pleasure, Femi. Thank you.
All right, let's go on another short break. When we return, we're going to have another discussion with another guest. Who that will be, you'll find out after this break.
Hi, my name is Fred Amata, and you are on to Souk News. If you are watching this channel for the first time, make sure you continue to watch it, because this is Souk News.
Shout out to Souk News. Actually, I don't know. I really enjoyed the little moment I spent with you, and I think with more of this.
Souk News. Here's the Souk News, who had the courage to transcend a locked-off camera and actually have a conversation with a human being. It's a pleasure, Souk News. Thank you very much.
Factors being identified by our key persons is the issue of transportation. For you to have a sustainable city, you must have a deliberate attempt to have a master plan.
This is early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, it's the early exchange, and now we want to switch gear to talking about ethnic, diversion and inclusion. What does that suggest to you? We have different ethnicities in Nigeria and all across the world. What should be the impact of that? What should be the disadvantage or the advantage of that? Should that be a blessing? Should that be otherwise? To shed more light on this, we have been joined by Idauza Osamaze, who is the Vice President, Femi Watch Media Limited. Glad to have you join us, Idauza.
Femi, my pleasure to be back.
Great. All right, let's start with these. Talk to us. What should be the impact of ethnic diversion and inclusion? Should it be, like I said from my intro, should it be a blessing or otherwise?
Well, it can be a blessing, it can also be a curse, and that is absolutely dependent on how people are able to manage diversity. Really, when we look at creation, for example, we see a whole lot that what really make it worthwhile or beautiful is diversity. But somehow we find that in terms of managing this diversity, a whole lot of things can actually go wrong. And this is when some people feel insecure in the midst of people who are of different ethnic extraction. These are issues, of course, that you have to deal with in workplace, and that's where leadership really is required. When you have the appropriate leadership, of course, they could be really a blessing.
So what are some of the issues that can come up from having a diverse ethnic workplace?
Well, you see, people tend to always aggravate around people they are secure with. And the whole real issue is security. So if I'm from a certain ethnic tribe and I find my people, the chances are that I am going to feel more secure about this person than somebody who is from a different tribe. And now, if this becomes a trend or a tradition or a culture in an organization, you will see people start to add in silos or groups that will be working at cross purposes against the organizational goal. That's why I say, because a whole lot of people come to workplace with so many stereotypes, some biases that are really lying in the subconscious or the unconscious of every individual, and these are based on the stories that you have heard from people of other people, and so you have prepared your mind coming to workplaces that there are some people that have been stereotyped in a certain way, and you are thinking they are going to act in that particular fashion. So when people have these biases and this stereotyping in their DNA, it is difficult really for them to work with people from other tribes. So this is the real issue. But once people become real universal and they have disabused their mind of any biases, understanding that every ethnic group has its good, has its bad, and has its ugly. And then, of course, you can be much more open and broad in terms of dealing with people.
All right, let's look at Nigeria as a country. Nigeria has a population of over 200 million and ethnicity more than 300. How do we take advantage of our diversity to ensure that it's being tailored towards growth and development? And what are the challenges, when it comes to having inclusion as far as Nigeria is concerned? What are the, the cropping issues?
Well, speaking to ethnic politics and management, a whole lot has been written in that regard, especially by many political scientists on managing our diversity, and because it has been very crucial to where we find ourselves as of today, really. Yeah, but one of the most outstanding author in that regard is Professor Kudeba Onoli, who wrote a book on ethnic politics in Nigeria. And one of the issues that was raised in that thesis was the fact that over the period of our negotiation for independence, that you have a lot of people who, of course, will be clouded by ethnicity and really were not looking at the issue that was on the table. And what was that issue? That we're all collectively, whether from the north or the south, every one of us were slaves to the colonial masters, and that was what was important for us to actually rally around and bury our secondary contradictions in such a way that we can overcome colonial rule and then become one body. But unfortunately, in the process of working toward that goal, we find ourselves having a recourse to our ethnic background. And of course, that has actually been the bane of the Nigerian Federation. So when Claude Ake was writing, of blessed memory, said, Nigeria really had not been able to put development on its front burner. Now, what has been on the front burner is our politics. Of course, because like they say, politics is who gets what, when, and how. Now, if the man who is at the center, who determines who gets what, when, and how, factor in these sentiments into the way results are shown, chances are that you are going to have people mistrust leadership. And this is what we have seen in the last 60 years of our independence. Now, for example, I was sharing with some people an exercise we call the piece of cake, where we ask, okay, take about 11 a 4-street line, cut through a piece of cake and ensure that 11 people get a share. And every time people try that exercise, they always arrive at 8 pieces. And I ask, what's left for the other 3 people? People get stuck. And this is where really the challenge is. When you are sharing resources, and of course you are not accommodating everybody, suspicion will be there. Yesterday I was speaking to somebody and I said, one of the issues, for example, you talk about when you hear people are talking about padding of our budgets in the legislature, one of the things that come to mind, and people, because when you use the word padding, it's negative connotations. People see it as, oh, these people are trying to load the budget so that they can cheat, but that's really not the issue. Now, listening to lawmakers speak, and most of the time they say, I come from a local government. 10 years, my local government doesn't feature on the federal budget. And yet I'm representing them. Because as a legislator, I have 3 basic roles. The first role is representation. So if I'm representing my people in a government, and for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, the name of my local government does not feature in the allocation of resources, how do I tell them I'm representing them? So this is a challenge. And this is because we are not strategic in the way we apply resources, such that we are able to program it to say in 8 years or in 12 years, all the 12 or the 774 local government, for example, in Nigeria, will be covered by something. And this is where the real challenge lies. Now, when you see other examples where ethnic nationality has been managed, especially in Singapore, with 3 major ethnic groups, what Lee Kuan Yew did, though he was a Chinese, he associated more with the Malays. He even had to send his children to Malay school to go and learn the Malay language. And that reduces the mistrust in the system. So when you, as a leader in an organization, and you sit around people, and then of course you're speaking your language, where other languages or people who don't even understand the language are there, you make them feel insecure. What this means is that we are not wanted here. And so if I'm not wanted, why will I need to volunteer or contribute my quota to the success of this business? This is issues, and this is why I speak to it, that leadership is critical in terms of managing diversity.
So what are some of the strategic ways that an organization can combat bias and stereotypes and some practices that may make other ethnic groups feel insecure within the workplace?
Yeah, that's the point I'm making. That's why I said everything, like they say, rises and falls on leadership. And once leaders are able to emphasize that really, I really don't care where you come from, what is important to us is our goal or the core purpose why we are here. And once the why is defined according to Simon Sinek, which is the just cause for which an organization is set up, then of course that becomes the driving force. So it really don't matter who run the business. All that we are interested in is how to get the problem solved. So the person who can do or solve the problem becomes really the brother or sisters. And I think that is very clear in scripture. When people came and said to Jesus, and they asked him, and he said, Master, your mother and your father, they've been looking for you past 3 days. And he said, who are my father? Who are my mother? So the one that are sitting down listening to me, they are my father, they are my mother. And I think that is the kind of leadership that you require in workplace, that is not looking at color, is not looking at race or language, or looking at, of course, people's status. All that he looks at is who can actually deliver results. And of course, where excellence is rewarded, then of course you will be able to overcome these pedestrian or trivialities.
But that may be very easy to accomplish in a private sector. But in the public service and in some other areas, particularly in Nigeria, you find a situation where the person who rises to the head of leadership in that particular organization or parastatal must come from the dominant ethnic group in that area. And these practices keep on going. It now seems like the normal thing to do. How can such be corrected?
Well, I think, for example, yes, you said in the private sector it's important because what drives is the motive is profit. So if I am concerned about getting profit, all that I'll be interested in is who can contribute to make that profit possible. Now, but in the public sector, in short, I was speaking on Monday again, I keep referring to this meeting with this legislator, that one of the issues I raised with them, and I said, look, this government must run like a business. We must put sentiments aside. What confronts us, for example, is the fact that we're looking at a nation, and when we take the statistics, for example, as we are looking at it today, it's gray. It's not painting, it's gloomy in outlook. That we're looking at in 5 years' time, Nigeria will be about 260 million, being among the first 8 most populous nations in the world. And by 2050, we are getting up to over 400 million people if we move at the same rate. Now, what is facing us is not whether we are from the north or from the east. The problem that confronts us today, issues that dollar is selling at 1,048, it does not have any ethnic sympathy. There's no food in the nation, there's no ethnic sympathy. And this is the issues that we have found, that where human beings are not strong enough to manage issues. Take, for example, in the management of our diversity, we have come up with what they call the federal character system, the quota system. And what is this supposed to do? It's supposed to see how do we really ensure that there's inclusion in terms of taking or assessing what belongs to the Commonwealth, such that no state is left out, such that no geopolitical entity is left out. But in the last years, we have misapplied the quota system. Quota is not synonymous with mediocrity. What it presupposes is that it should actually give room for people of different ethnic nationality and diversity to come together and be in the same workplace and environment. And that, of course, will increase the bondedness of this ethnic nationality. But what do you see today, for example? Even in terms of filling position in the unity schools, for example, you see somebody, they say, oh, it's from educationally disadvantaged state. Now, if I am from educationally advantaged state like Lagos and I have a score of 160 over 200, I am denied admission. And then another child who is coming from Adamawa scored 28 and is given admission in the name of quota. What you do is you create distrust. And this is why people don't feel belong to the entity called Nigeria. And this is also the real reason why people are not patriotic to the cause of the nation, because they are feeling shortchanged. Now, I've argued this severally. Those who so-called educationally disadvantaged state, what make it educationally disadvantaged? Is it that the teachers are not qualified? Do they need to recruit teachers who, for example, should prepare the children so that they can read that baseline? This is what we need to do. Now, if the teachers are not enough, then reduce the number of schools so that you can have good qualified teachers to prepare the children so that they can be competitive. We are even living in a world now that are without borders. That competition is not just within your nationality. Competition now is global because your nation can no longer provide everything that you need. So you have to compete with people from China, people from Indonesia. Now, how do you use those low grade to compete? This is the challenge that all of us must embrace as leaders, that look, yes, while we are working toward inclusion, which of course is also very, very critical in terms of the sustainability debate, especially the people part of the sustainable agenda, that people, even people with disabilities, of course, we must find a way to include them within the system. And that requires a lot on the companies or establishment to put in place. Take, for example, the walkways that when doing your building, you put into account that it's not only just people with 2 legs that can climb here. There are also people who can't walk, and you must make that space for them to climb. Now you are building your toilet, you must make allowances for these sets of people. Now, all these ideas about inclusion, especially in the sustainability debate, is to see that everybody feel equal in the workplace. And this is what the challenge is, and this is what is before us as a people. That is really not about where we come from. You know, I argue somewhere, somebody said to me, oh, it's our turn to produce president. And I said, South produced a president for 6 years. I really didn't have any single benefit. No road to my village, no lights, no industry. So what benefit is it to me that somebody from South is a president, or somebody from Southwest is president? Tinubu is president today from Southwest. I'm not sure that it's every Southwest that's actually benefited. It's actually an individual. And I think we must get to that point in our own understanding and conversation, that the fact that somebody comes from your ethnic group becoming a president really does not translate into good life for you. What is important is that we find somebody who is broad-hearted and who is driven by passion for the good of the majority of the people. And I think this is what should really form the basis for the consideration of who we choose to lead us as a people.
You're almost answering my question, because I actually want us to look at the political terrain. You have this practice in this climb when it comes to politicking. People bring the ethnic sentiment, the prejudice, you know, they spice it up when it comes to politicking. Why do you think it's so? And then how can we change the narrative to ensure that we begin to take advantage of our diversity and ensure there's proper inclusion?
You see, it's just that sometimes people don't study trend. And this is really why, for me, somehow you look at some certain things, you be wondering why people will reach some certain conclusion. As long as power had remained in the north, the economic base come to the south. It's almost natural. Because while you are struggling to prove that you are not biased, you will be conceding ground to the other side that does not produce leadership. That's happened from time to time. Because every little intention that you make, somebody is going to interpret it. And so you will be doing and working hard, because it's just a given. Because you know naturally in the political circle, your people are going to vote for you. So you take that for granted. So where do you need to do more work? You need to do more work where you feel people are suspicious. And in order to do more work there, you will be pacifying them. It's just natural. You will be pacifying them. So if me were left alone, I would have just liked to remain in opposition so that they continue to pacify me. When you do something, I will just read the meaning and motives to it and say, oh, we're trying, because you need to come and win my place, for example. But unfortunately, we don't think this way. And this is because the politicians have read our psychology, and they know that we are not deep in terms of critical analysis, and therefore they play on our emotions and they play on our sentiment. And I think, again, like I always say, the bedrock of any nation is a good educational system where people are trained to think critically and be able to weigh alternatives and see which benefit them the most. Because, like I said, we don't take ethnicity to the market, we don't take it to the supermarket, and of course, it's not a ticket to jackpot even. So what's important for us is good life. And where it comes from really shouldn't really be a problem for us.
As much as an organization wants to ensure ethnic diversity and inclusion in the workplace, what are the metrics by which it can measure its success in that aspect?
Well, of course, the world is setting certain metrics today. Take, for example, talking inclusion, for example, people are saying, of course, there's a certain percentage of women you want to have in the place you work. Some people are also having to say, okay, disabled are to be included. Young people also must be included. All these things are being set by the global bodies to ensure that we carry a lot of people along. So these are the real things that we talk. But then, of course, in the workplace, you must also put into consideration, and this is where, of course, I speak about stereotypes and some biases. And people are looking, take for example, the balance between male and female, that you are finding that there are some certain things that you think women will not be able to achieve, and it will be easier for men to do it, maybe because of what is required, the energy or the strength that is required to do that job, the stamina to be able to stay on, depending on what nature of the job is. So people put all these things into consideration, because at the end of the day, is the output that is actually determining what kind of persons that you want to recruit. So it's not just that you are recruiting people for recruiting sake, just to make sure that you set a balance, and at the end of the day, you are really not meeting the target or the output that you have set out to meet ab initio. So for me, really, the metric should just be qualification. That if this person is right to do the job, and if he has proven in the time past that he has been able to accomplish something that's similar, or that he has the potential to be able to do the job, there should be no discrimination on the basis of whether gender, whether race, or even social class.
Let's talk about some of the mechanism an employer needs to put in place to ensure, ethnicity, taking advantage of the diversity and inclusion in the workplace, whereby you're promoting unity. What kind of mechanism will be put in place to ensure that you encourage people to shy away from ethnicity, biases, and all form of prejudice?
Yeah, like I said, I've really alluded to that, and I have told you what Lee Kuan Yew did in Singapore to be able to douse the tension of mistrust within society, and I think that's what every leader needs to learn. That people want to gravitate to places where they feel secured. They are not threatened because of where they come from or the color of their skin. And so in the workplace, you find that a lot of people really take jobs not because of the salary most of the time. Yes, it's important, the salary, but the sense of security and trust that they feel within the system is also very important. And this is why you see some people can remain in a job even though they have a better offer somewhere, but they see that, look, the kind of community I found around myself here is just conducive. Because you also have seen people who have left a place and then they went for a better offer and then start to regret, because what you find in that space really is not, you are not finding fulfillment in what you do because of the way the place is organized. And this is why a lot of people say in terms of branding, that no matter what strategy you put in place, culture will eat up strategy as a breakfast any day, any time. So if you have a strong culture, people culture, where you treat everybody equally, and you are dispassionate in terms of relating with people, and you are not selective in terms of applications of rules, people know that if you merit punishment, you are punished. If you merit reward, you are rewarded, irrespective of your closeness to the CEO, for example. Then, of course, you can actually forge some sense of unity.
Now, in forging the sense of unity, leadership has done its own by ensuring that those who are qualified get the roles or get the position. But how do you see affinity groups that focus on particular ethnic groups? You find that happening in schools, tertiary institutions, for instance, where you have different ethnic groups, and they also have like a culture week where the different ethnic groups showcase their culture. But in the workplace environment, things like that may begin to happen amongst employees who find that they are from the same ethnic group, and then they begin to form an alliance, making other employees uncomfortable. In a situation like that, Because it is seen in this part of the world that you can't stop people from speaking their language. You can't stop people from identifying with someone from their ethnic group. How can the leadership step in to ensure it doesn't become a kind of toxic culture that makes other persons uncomfortable?
Well, in the school, that's understandable. Sometimes you just also want to showcase the beauty of color and see how diversity really add beauty to what we do. That's understandable. But for me, work is work. When you come to work, I don't think you come to work to come and do socials. If you can do that during break. When people are in the office, they should do the office work. Except that there's a work that is bringing people together. I don't see why people should really be gravitating around cultural issues in the office. It doesn't make anything good. People should come to work, and when you are coming to work, like in other climes, people make you come to work, and what you're doing, you're on your table and you are doing your work. It really doesn't matter. Like somebody said, you can get anything done as long as you don't really care who takes the blame or who takes the praise. So, you go to the UAE, for example, where you have about 10 million people in total, and the locals, they are just about 1.5 million. Now, this for me is a challenge to the conversation which we foster here. What they call today, we call it in this part, local content. That if I set up an organization, I must have a certain degree of locals who will work with me. Now, for me, this is a kind of an inhibitor to progress. Because what that means, it puts you in a tight corner where you have to look for people because you must include them in your business, and therefore, these persons have to be taken, whether they are qualified or not. Now, before in the UAE, they said, oh, you must have an indigene who is part and parcel of that business. Today, they have removed that law. Because they know that the indigenes may not be qualified. So if you have somebody who is qualified, yeah, but what have they done in place of that is that they made a room that if you're registering a company, you have a sponsor who is an indigene. And you're allowed to recruit whoever work with you, as long as they are productive and they are generating results. Now, what you see is that from the 1977, the nationalization policy of Obasanjo then, up to today, you see, as a nation, we pay blind eye to fundamental issues. We started to go down from the nationalization policy. Because by the time you remove the experts and you ask the locals to do the work, they couldn't do it. And it is that tragedy of fall that we are in till today. Go and check it, and history will show you how we have been nosediving from that policy. Just because that somebody feel, oh, as a military man, you needed to fight colonial master because they took some actions and you need to fight back, and you take all the companies and say you want to run it yourself. But you don't have the capacity to run it. That's why all our critical national assets, they are all dead as we speak. So for me, really, I think what should be emphasized, whether it's in a workplace or at the nation center, should be excellence, competence. So when people base recruitment parameters on excellence, intelligence, whether it is IQ, whether it's emotional intelligence, whether it's social intelligence, whether it is adversity intelligence, just base it on intelligences and competencies. That somebody is going to do this work, he can do it. And if there is somebody who can do it better, we should not substitute mediocrity for meritocracy. But you see, what has been our bane is that we have sacrificed meritocracy on the altar of mediocrity in the name of ethnic nationalities.
All right, as we wrap up, let's look at the issue of marginalization, where people feel marginalized, some minority group, you know, even the major ones, they feel like that. And this is why, or what is fueling the call for restructuring in recent times, where they feel their interests are not being protected. How do we handle this as a nation? And then what could be the way forward?
Well, I think marginalization has become a mantra of a sort in our country, where you see people are crying that they are marginalized. Now, when you look at the way we deal with marginalization, sometimes again, it's ludicrous. Take, for example, in the assignment of portfolio ministries, I hear people talk about Jewish ministries. Why should a ministry be Jewish? For example, that all the Jewish ministry is given to one ethnic group. Why is a ministry Jewish in the first place? Because these are all incentives for corruption. And this is the real problem. That what people call marginalization is that they don't have opportunity to steal. This is the real issue. Yeah, but you see, because when you look at all the conversation we are having, and people are saying, oh, I would have had a better opportunity to steal here than where you are putting me here because money does not come here. That's the conversation we are having. And this is the real thing creating the fertile ground for corruption. Otherwise, every ministry is the same. What are you supposed to do is to excel or bloom where you are positioned. This has been the real issue. So there's nothing like marginalization if you say. Now, because even in the family, there are marginalization. As a father, I have sons, and I want to give an assignment. I should also think we should do it better. It doesn't matter how the other person will feel. Now, if I know that my younger son will do it better than the first one, and I go and give it to the one who will not do it well, and then he wastes it, what value will that add to me? This is the real issue, that we need to train ourselves up, and we need to think, critically about issues and weigh the options. What are the benefits that is coming? That should be the driving force. What's the goal? Now, who really cares? Who rules? If there's food in abundance, if people know that when they compete for a position, that nobody is going to give them preference because they have one big brother who is somewhere, then everybody will sit tight, everybody will work hard. Now, but because there's so much attraction at the center, there's so much to steal from the center. This is why the cry of marginalization is hitting the roofs.
All right, thank you very much, Idausa Osamanze, for talking to us about ethnic diversity and inclusion, not just in the workplace, it's also extended it to ethnic diversity and inclusion in Nigeria and the public service. Thank you very much for your time with us today.
My pleasure to be here.
Let's go to a quick break and look at another aspect of the workplace culture. Stay tuned.
This afternoon, I would like to talk about a touchy subject and an experience that I had. And that touchy subject is really about the etiquette of the lady's handbag. I went for a function at a friend's house, and there were quite a lot of people. And as I arrived, most of the chairs were taken, I spotted a chair that I made a B line to. And as I got there, there was a lady sitting beside that particular empty chair. And there was a handbag on the chair. And I politely asked if there was anybody sitting on the chair. Was it reserved? She first eyed me from top to bottom, and she said no. So I was expecting, naturally, that she will then lift her bag so I could sit down. When she did not, I politely asked, please, may I sit on it? Very reluctantly took the bag and continuously stood up to just make things uncomfortable for me, passing drink over my head, and I got a message, and so I stood up and left the table at the particular chair. I would say this is the general, but this is not uncommon. I think it's wise not to put your bag on the ground if it's that expensive. But I also believe that it's not fair that you have a seat and reserve one seat for your bag whilst other people are standing. What exactly should be the etiquette around the ladies' handbags? Any contribution will help.
Factors being identified by our key persons is the issue of transportation. For you to have a sustainable city, you must have a deliberate attempt to have a master plan.
This is early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Thanks for staying with. Thank you for being with us on an exchange all the way from 7 a.m. to this time. Now let's take a look at the development of indigenous languages and also its promotion. Now, looking at Nigeria, we understand that there's several languages in Nigeria. How can indigenous languages be developed and promoted, used for communication in the workplace, outside of the workplace? We have Bayo Olauye, who's a broadcast journalist and also our in-house analyst, joining us to talk about this morning. Good morning, sir.
It's a pleasure.
I just talked about Nigeria being a country with several languages. There's hardly any ethnic group that doesn't have more than one language that is also spoken in that ethnic group. So how can indigenous languages be promoted in a country like this, for instance?
Thank you very much. The issue of languages has been the concern of so many people. Just 2 days ago, my wife was complaining about my grandchildren not speaking Yoruba. And I was telling her, why don't you leave these children? But eventually I came to realize that really You have to encourage them to speak local languages. Our social political groups too have complained about this, about the attitude of parents and teachers to push our local languages to the background. For instance, the Ohanese has said something about this. Afenifere too has said something about this. And the Governors Forum at the time said local languages should be encouraged. The Arewa Consultative Council at the time also talked about the non-availability of teachers to teach these languages, the non-availability of textbooks, and the non-availability of teaching materials to teach these languages. So I think we should encourage the tertiary institutions to produce teachers in these languages, and from there we can move on.
I still want you to talk to us more about some of the things, you know, that have gone wrong over the years. Why do you think you have this preference for foreign languages or English to the expense of our local languages? What has been responsible for this?
I think it's parents mostly, the attitude of parents. They want to send their children to elite schools, and just like they say, my Volkswagen is better than yours. Everybody wants to send their children to the best schools, and as a result, they want their spoken English to be top-notch. Well, they're entitled to their opinion. But what I feel is that we should go back to the schools. We should now employ teachers who are very versed in the languages. We should be prepared to go the extra length of providing visuals so that these children can learn. And then we encourage the usage of the local languages. I'm happy now that we have television stations and radio stations broadcasting in the local languages. I think that's an extension of what we want to see. The government also should encourage traditional festivals, traditional figures should also take a lead. Our Obas, our Obis, our Emirs should also take the lead in revigorating the teaching of local languages.
But in promoting indigenous language, aren't there certain challenges that will come up? For instance, English cuts across, regardless of your ethnic group. But if we begin to promote indigenous language, wouldn't there be communication problem amongst Nigerians?
In Nigeria, we have solved that problem in Nigeria in that we now use Pidgin English. Pidgin English is adulterated, really, but now we can communicate in Pidgin English. As regards to local languages, I don't think we've done enough. I don't think we've done, especially in the primary schools, we have not done enough. In the secondary schools, I don't think we have much. The problem really are the teachers. The problem are the teachers. Once we have the teachers, the children will be able to imbibe this culture, and then our libraries should be stocked with textbooks, and the curriculum should change, and the emphasis should be on written and spoken national languages.
But don't you think even the teachers or parents are helpless if the textbooks are written in English? Physics textbook, not in Yoruba, not in Igbo. Chemistry, not in Hausa. You know, are they not helpless? What do you think can be done to change that narrative until, you know, if I teach my children how to speak Igbo language, when they get to school, they don't speak that language. They have to speak English. So what can we do to ensure that on a national level we make it better or make it a practice to promote indigenous languages?
Now we're going back to government, and that has to do with policy. Government must insist that local languages should be used in communication and in teaching. And in, well, among communities, we can use pidgin, but government must take the lead. Government must take the lead by enforcing the fact that the local languages must be taught. Local languages must be encouraged. Local languages must be pushed forward in the interest of the nation and in the interest of the future generations.
How do we now begin to rewrite the English written books in local languages? Femi talked about the textbooks, the physics textbooks, the chemistry textbooks, and other textbooks. How do we begin to transcribe them in our local languages? That would take a whole lot, and lots of investment will need to go into that. Is that something that we can do, both in public schools and in private schools?
Now, it's something we can do, because now, if you say that local language should be taught, apart from the teachers, the libraries must be stocked. Apart from that, local communication. For instance, at a time, the Lagos State House of Assembly was thinking of using Yoruba as the official language. I think that thing has been shut down now. And that's government taking the lead again, like I said, and that will encourage. Government should also insist that official events organized by government should be broadcast, should be done, should be hosted in the local languages. And then our traditional rulers should also come out of their palaces and go to the local communities and emphasize the need that our local languages are dying and they must be resurrected.
I would like you to talk to us because you've seen several cases and you with your experience, how much of influence has globalization, had on us? How much of influence, on our languages, even local language, even our cultural way of dress? Interestingly, you're putting on, a local attire, which I might not likely do that because of what I do. So how much of influence, and how do we begin to draw the line or change the narrative with this influence?
Thank you, Femi. Just across here, I was born at 127 Bambushi, just across there. And I belong to the Brazilian Descendants Association. I also belong to the Greater Campus, other groups. And we are concerned that the local dances, when you have carnivals, that our youth cannot do them anymore. In fact, around this area now, if you want to really do the carnival dance, the way it's done hundreds of years ago, you can only get people from the age of 75, 70s that can actually do it. The youth don't know about it. So there's a determined effort now, a concerted effort, a deliberate effort by some of us to ensure that we get these children taught these dance steps. Now, that's as a result of globalization or westernization, where these children have thrown away all the cultural dances, all the cultural attributes that we have. And so there's room for concern.
Because we started today's conversation with workplace culture, workplace environment, we're going to wrap up with that. So let's look at promoting indigenous language in the workplace. Is it going to be an easy ride? Is it even possible you have different people in every workplace? Which language would you then adopt?
I would say English is a global and international language. For goodness sake, for any business transactions, let's stick to English. But at social functions, why not? At government functions, why not? This state belongs to Yorubas. And the Yorubas, they dominate here. So
they dominate Lagos State.
Lagos State, Lagos Island, where we are now. So it doesn't make sense. We must abide by international rules. We must speak English for business and for transactions. But it will be difficult to go back to our local languages. And because don't forget that the municipality of Lagos, we have all sorts of people from different parts of the country. And it will be undemocratic to enforce Yoruba on them. That's the way I feel.
All right, from that last submission, we'll find that there are several challenges to the adoption of indigenous languages in the workplace and even nationally. But it is encouraged that at every level, social functions in the homes, that indigenous languages should be encouraged so they do not go extinct, just as some dances are already going extinct. Thank you very much, Bayo Olaoli, for talking with us this morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
That's how we wrap up today's edition of El Exchange. Thank you for watching. I am Blessing AJ. Coming up at 10 a.m. on Sook News is Business Insights. Tomorrow will be another time for you to join us on the show, 7 a.m. West African time. Thank you for watching.
Also put it in mind that the conversation continues on our social media platform and our YouTube platform. You can share your thoughts, you can like, comment, and even share some of the program. I am Femi Ayodele. Bye for now.
Thank you, sir. Come on, wrap me.